Okay. Hello, you fine people out there, and happy good morning, or something along those lines. Adequately good morning. Yeah, I'm going to start with a bit of preparation and a bit of an export and stuff like that. The usual. Let's start stuff off slow. I made the animation yesterday. Was a nice, somewhat quick render. And it looks like this. Hopefully without the weird lagging at the start. So now in the preview you can also see the wireframe for the people that maybe want to use this asset in a different game, or generally in some sort of game. So they have a better overview of how good or bad my so-called low poly topology actually looks like. I do hope they don't get too confused about the triangulation here and the quads on the hands. Could be worse. Could be much worse. So yeah, that's what I extracted out of this file yesterday. Let's just hide this. We continued with the image yesterday, but we didn't export it. So let's have a look. I don't need you. I want to have you. Yeah, so goal of the day is to hopefully get the image sprite bot done entirely. I have to see if I can get this done, because I am sitting a bit weird right now. The hydraulics of my chair decided to not want to work anymore, and every time I sit down, I am sitting down all the way down, which is a bit weird for my desired ergonomics, where I would just lean back and put the drawing tablet in my lap and have it like angled, resting against the edge of the table, and I would just like lean over to the side and then draw like all nice and comfy in my chair. But now that I am what's this, like a hand further down, like the width of a hand further down than I should be, and my drawing tablet is one of the bigger ones, but it's not like huge. That's a bit weird. So I guess I have to see how that goes. Yeah, I'm not using a screen tablet. That's way too ergonomically fucking me up, because I don't want to shrimp looking down and hunched over the tablet all the time. So yeah, that's not a thing I invested into yet. Maybe it's something for the future, I'm not too sure. But to be honest, next thing on my list is definitely going to be a new office chair. Hopefully sometime soon. I'll be asking around if maybe someone can take me to a shop where you can buy one, or I'm going to order one off Amazon, even though they have very weird descriptions of their office chairs. Well, that's not Amazon. Yeah, Bürostuhl. So we are in, let's see, ergonomic. Yes, I would like to pay up to 300 euros for a nice, functional, very good office chair. That seems too cheap. And then we have like Ergofino, Bürostuhl, ergonomischer Schreibtischstuhl, Explosionsschutz. Okay, yeah, I think I want to have an explosion protection. That would be great. Weight activated mechanism, adjustable lumbar support, breathable mesh fabric. I'm not too sure if I want to have some mesh fabric on my butt. I definitely don't want any sort of leather stuff. Sort of important to me is that I can like raise the arm support. like raise and lower this part here. Wait, can I wanna just click it here? Yeah, raise and lower this part, and having a rotation on this part would be awesome too. Yeah, definitely not the gamer chair anymore. I went with the gamer chair, and before giving up the hydraulics of it, it kind of started to wobble left and right, which is very uncomfortable too. And it has this seating raised kind of shell that you sit in, so just like giving your thighs some room isn't very nice either. So yeah, no gamer chair, and definitely no leather stuff anywhere, because I do not wish to sit on leather or PU leather. It's not any better during the summer days. And as you have probably already noticed, I am sitting a lot. So I want something something comfy, and it would be awesome if I could like take a seat before buying. So I feel like, even though these prices are very nice, taking a seat on one of these chairs before buying them would actually be very beneficial. And it looks sweet. But then again, I don't really know if I want to trust the price of this. Guess I have to see. It goes. I mean, I know that there's chairs that go up to 1,500 and even more. That's a bit way above what I would like to spend on an office chair, but I mean, this here looks more like some sort of designer shit. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it sure looks fancy. These ribs here. But really, it looks more like a designer stuff. What the? Okay, that looks interesting. Maybe a little too much, but yeah, I have to definitely look into a new chair. It's not going to be one of these. I have been watching some Linus Tech Tips, and they pretty much are all the same. Well, maybe not this one, because it has like a thigh rest thingy going on here. That's interesting. Fußstützesystem. I don't trust this thing resting my feet or my thighs on. It looks a bit fragile, to be honest. For like long-term use. And you've got to consider some sort of leverages going on here when you're dangling your feet off the ground on this. Oh, it's a bit weird. And this here could be nice if you like being at the dentist, maybe. I don't know. It's about the same ergonomics that I currently have without the foot resting thing. What are you supposed to do? Like, is your... Okay, so your knees would probably rest like about here. So this construction here is supposed to be holding your legs. Yeah, no. I don't trust this. do not trust that. This could be nice. Kommende Bürostuhl ergonomisch mit aktivierter Atmungsaktiver. Oh really? I thought it was only 90 degrees. 3D armrests. So I guess you can move them in 3 dimensions. Up, down, left, right. Oh, okay, that's neat. That's nifty. Pretty much what I'm looking for. Adjustable 4-directional armrest allow you to set them. What? To your preferred height and direction, perfect for positioning arms while you work. Okay, sliding this back and forth, that would actually be great. Because of the current chair I have, it's just one of these standard gaming chairs. I can raise them and I can turn them, but there's no way to wiggle them or push them back or forth. I mean, I do like to turn them, especially when drawing in my lap, so I could rest my elbow a bit easier. Maybe this one. 270. I guess I could do that. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. That's not carried away on chairs right now. So I do know that I stopped with some My Little Pony music yesterday. I actually forgot to take a look at my own channel. Oh, there it is. To take a look at my... Shut up. No echoes this time. To see if content was blocked. I would like to get to my videos, or rather portions were blocked. And if so, too many issues. Shut up. Shoo. Okay. So there is a portion in the center that is probably me playing Beat Saber. Yeah. And what is this here? Okay, that's annoying. Okay, so at the end of the stream there's some stuff that's apparently muted too. That's bad. At the end of the stream I was playing some My Little Pony metal from Forever Free Brony, I believe. Yeah, and it's not really showing what I have been doing there. Oh, that's embarrassing. I totally forgot to mute myself, and I also totally forgot to stop recording. Well, that's embarrassing. Oh well. I guess that happens. Okay, something to take into consideration this time around. Whoops. Okay. But I still have no idea what I've been listening to there. Yeah, I can't change the double the VOD, so I guess I will just have to stop talking about it and just... Okay, yeah, let's change this and this and this and done. So that should be now, should all blah 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 be fine now. Where was yesterday? Can I get back to my stream, please? Where was yesterday? Can I get back to my... Shoo! Okay, that was good morning, you fine people. Shin! Good morning, Shin. Yo, F5. Would you please update? Yes, you updated. Sweet. Let's pause this. Get this. Get this. How is your morning so far, Shin? How are you doing? Yeah, let's not up. Wait a moment. So what I want to do is press a triangulation modifier on that. And wait, no, that doesn't make any sense because the triangulation modifier doesn't apply because of the blend shapes anyway. As per usual, awesome. So everything is garbage. Great. Where would we be if everything was fine? Man, can you imagine that? Everything's fine, and everything's working, and we have nothing to complain about. Can you imagine what sort of a boring world that would be? Tragedy. It's all tragedy. Okay, so I would like to grab a copy. Boop. So the reasoning behind this is that I have one copy that is triangulated for the texture work, which is identical in every regard to the non-triangulated mesh. Reason is that the textures do not warp on a triangulated mesh. It's only the shit in the world that keeps things interesting. Yeah, sort of. I mean, yes and no. So yeah, in order to keep the texture from warping while painting and looking weird, I will be working on a triangulated mesh, which is no different in terms of UVs or in terms of blend shapes or whatsoever from the quad mesh. Really the only difference is the triangulation. And the triangulation should always be the same as long as this mesh does not change its position or whatsoever. So I could, if I change the this version here and would be like, okay, I'm going to push this over here and then apply the transformation that this here, which is currently the origin, is not that this here, the word origin, the word origin here. So if this is the word origin again and I triangulate, then I may get different triangulation, which may warp the textures a little bit. But as long as everything stays exactly where it is, nothing bad should happen. And quads are just easier to work with, as we have noticed yesterday, because I was actually breezing through all of this, sort of. So, let's press my export buttons. I made a macro the other day, which is essentially just doing this here. It's pressing, yeah, I just hitting space and then export space obj and presses enter for me. That's the macro. Nothing fancy. Selection only, and I also want to direct the path. Okay, that's good for the texture. Ministry of Image. OBJ. Boop. Oh wait, I don't need you to be over here. You are fine right here. Second life, sprite board textures. What? No, not second. Did I? Unity. Sprite boards. Piece for Beat Saber Unity package. Right, I'm going to cancel this project for the time being, at least, because I still have the same issues that I had the other day. Image OBJ. Here we go. So the document resolution is 2K. Could be 4K, but that's a bit overkill. OpenGL, because that's how Unity and thus VR chat works. And okay. God, camera, give me a moment. It's like I do have this internal roadmap of what sort of camera configuration to try and attempt, and one of them will work. I'm a bit confused about this piece here. And in worst case scenario, I just browse through all the controls that I have memorized and one of them will work. If I don't remember outright. I do have the sharp marks though. They are currently overwritten by the seams on these pieces here, but they are definitely sharp. Okay. That's pretty bullshit. That's fine. The weighted normal. No, it looks exactly how it's supposed to be. Okay. So, texture set list. I only need the body. I do not need anything else. So we'll start with the usual. We go into the texture set settings. That's nice. I want the normals to replace one another, so we have the layer stack and the one that's highest is replacing the one that's below, in theory. Baked mesh, we don't have an ID, the rest is fine, it's going to be used by the materials here. I want to use my low poly mesh as the high poly mesh for the baking of the ambient occlusion, so it looks a bit nicer. And I only need the body to bake. Boop. There we go. Nice and quick. That was a bit too quick because I forgot to set this to 2K. Boop. There we go. And now these edges look a bit nicer too, as opposed to the 512. Okay, so let's start with the smart materials, which by now I will just be using because I have the settings for where is it? Shadowbolts? Spriteboard standard, which is just being used for the settings of the repetition and the materials itself too, not for the colors or anything. Because the colors are from the Morel Spriteboard, if I remember correctly. Or was it the Awesome Spriteboard? One of those. So let's get rid. Oh, excuse me. Let's just get rid of all these fancy masks. Remove mask, black mask. Remove mask. Where is it? There it is. And black mask, remove. Remove the mask. Black mask. Remove. God, I would welcome it if it was just like one of those letters that you could just press and it would just remove the mask. If I pressed R, nothing happens, or if I press E, nothing happens. It'd be so great. Black mask. Also only need one fine rust here. Is that fine with you? Yeah. Remove black mask. So yeah, the masking is a bit slightly all over the place, or rather the layers are a bit all over the place, because while doing this sprite bot, prior to losing all of everything I had, I was pretty much playing around a little bit with it and how to do the masks and where to place them and stuff like that, and refined my strategy with the first two sprite bots I did, which were the Morel and the Awesome sprite bots. And then I found out, wait, actually I don't have to make all of these masks and extra layers and whatnot. I can just use anchors instead, which is shrinking the file size considerably. Remove mask, and also makes stuff much more efficient when it needs to recalculate stuff. Okay. Because instead of having to paint on the weathering, instead of painting the weathering on a lot of pieces, I just paint it on one single mask and transfer the information of that mask over to everything else. And that mask is up here instead of going into the body and the visor and the back vent and the grill and so on and so on, and creating anchors that reference just one layer up. It was just bullshit. I have no idea what I thought when I did that. Apparently not much. So, black mask, we pressed 4 to just fill the entire UV chunks. There and there, that's the body. I also need this here on that body. Let's do it like so and make it small. Actually, I do wonder, yeah, I think I want to do this. So, did I already download this? Yes, pure ref. Embed local images in save file. Yes, please do so. No images here. So pure ref is awesome. Let me demonstrate pure ref for you. Okay, that's it for this one. Let's make this big again. Grab this image body. You are here, okay. Let's get back into Second Life, sprite boards, textures, image. Shadowbolt, base color. Should be this one here. Yes. So all I'm doing here is just hitting, what is this, the Windows key, Shift and S for the snipping tool. One of the very, very few features that I actually like Windows 10 for, because snipping is just so much easier as opposed to Windows 10, and I'm just copy pasting this into PureRef here. While contemplating if I have everything that I need. So we have the top, we have the down, we have the front, and we have the side, and now we are grabbing the back too. There we go. And now I do not need Blender anymore. At least not for the picture poking for color sampling. So Blender will go into, one moment, I can just do this, right? Yeah. Maybe I should have done that instead of taking this new or whatever. Could be worse. So this is what I need. Let's make just a bit bigger and poke this over here, because I do not need to see my own OBS recording. And now I can just grab this PureRef here and put this into a corner. Oh. Let's rearrange it like so. And by default it should be on top. Transparent to mouse, overlay selection always on top. So now wherever I place it, it'll be on top. So I can put this right here. And it'll be all nice. The heck happened here? I can just orient myself on this and be like, yo, I want to zoom in even further, and now I can paint, see the pixels. That's not a gradient here, or the banding, or was it? I can actually zoom in as far away or as much into it as I want to, and it'll be all here. I can pull all sorts of pictures into there, either drag and drop or copy and paste. You can rearrange them, you can group them. It's awesome for quick references. And when you save this file, it'll save the you can tell it to save the pictures in the blend file as well, or in the blend file, in the PureRef file. So whenever you open your PureRef document, it'll have all these pictures already inside. You do not have to save them on your HDD. For like pulling references from Google Images, for example. Like if you want to have several references of the same bear, you don't have to in between save them on your HDD in order to pull them in here. You just drag and drop them from the browser into this application here, and then there they are. You just save the entire document, and it's there when you open it the next time. It's even there at the exact same spot with the accepting settings when you saved it. So there's no need to reorganize your stuff later on, which is just awesome. Make it as big or as small as you want to. You can make it impervious to the mouse. What was the transparent to mouse? Control T. So yeah, it's just great. And it's free. Actually, one moment. Or rather, you can donate if you want to, but you don't have to. And everything they show there on the on their front page here It's working exactly like this. So they are not doing anything that is like some sort of, oh, you are making this extra nice, but it's not like this. It's way worse. No, this is exactly what you're getting. This is awesome. This is so great. There you go, pureref.com. And even being like the cheapest person on earth, I actually went back and donated 20 euros for them or something, because that's just how I feel about the software. So yeah, it's awesome. Okay, let's get back into painting. So the main body is sort of white, but I'm pretty sure I didn't make it white. So let's go into the gradient here and have like a grayish stuff going on, like a dark speckle, and then some lighter speckles right here, and some even whiter speckles, like white right here. So it's like a shiny grayish thing. Although I am contemplating if I maybe want to... What the fuck's going on here? That's confusing me. Let's take a look into Blender again. Wait, that's the second live version. I am pretty darn sure that I checked the UVs yesterday to see if any weird stuff was overlapping that was not supposed to overlap, and it said no. Validate UVs, and it's still saying no. Okay, so that's some weird baking stuff that happened here. Interesting. We need this, don't need this. Make this smaller, zoom this in. Super weird. Super weird. Okay. Let's see if I can hue. Okay, there's nothing happening here. Concrete dusty. Let's lighten this up a little bit. I do like to have something here that is fancy looking, but not like super dull, ultra white like it was on the original. Some variants to make it a bit more interesting. What happens when I crank the saturation up? Okay, it's only gray channel, so it shouldn't do anything. It's this dirt amount. Okay, let's keep this in the center too. Yeah, I think I'm happy with this one. That looks good. So that's the body. The visor is this diamond-shaped thing here. Thickle-majiggle. Should maybe activate this so I actually see what I'm doing. It has this weird baby blue here, so I feel like I can actually leave this color for the most part and just maybe brighten it up a little bit. Luminosity. Okay, and maybe switch this around a little bit more so we have the white specks. I'm a bit confused. Maybe if I do the white-ish... Ah, there we go. Adding a bit more variety. Variété. Let's go for variété. Yeah, that looks sweet. What color do we have on the grill? So the grill is just essentially the same color, but darker. Okay, I think I can do that. Grill. There was a hotkey for switching those around. Ah, F4. There we go. That is not a super good idea. So why do I want to use the quick mask here? Easy peasy. Why use the quick mask? Oh, I should probably switch this around before trying to use it. So now we should be seeing something. Yeah. Lift the quick mask. Done. F4 to switch those two around again, and F2 to not have the UVs over here. And just grab the... Do I maybe just want to go for this here instead? To the base, push this down to this. That's actually almost giving me what I wanted to. But it is a great deal darker actually. It's a different blue, like royal blue almost. Let's see. Ooh, that actually looks pretty. I sort of want to recreate but not copy from my old colors. So what happens when I grab the this one here and maybe make this one a bit more saturated? No, actually I want to do this one is supposed to be brighter to give me some sort of speckly look. Like so maybe? Or like this? Yeah. Yeah, I think I like this pretty much. I can also just Oi. Ooh, MLP, rarity. Let me guess. Did you grab this one? No? One. Not all. Like so. There we go. See? Super easy. I am rarity. No, I'm not, but that would be interesting. I know. This is a trap, it's 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 a trap. For a second there, my mind wanted to just go, ah, look at these pretty pictures. You can look at all the pretty pictures right now. You have to look at all the pretty pictures right now. Have you seen this pretty picture? I am super duper confused about this one here. It looks like it's not even really there. But these pieces are part of the same island. Okay, let's take a look at this later on, because right now it may not actually be of any sort of relevance. So let's take a look. This is the back vent. So let's pretend that the back vent is this one over here. Also, I totally forgot about these pieces here. Body. Yeah, you see, this is the most annoying part by now, because of how those present themselves. Actually, I should have pressed L for symmetry, so I don't have to select all of them, but instead only a part. Yeah, I really have no idea what this is about. That's super weird. That's why I wanted to actually originally try to avoid doing that. It's just so super annoying fetching out all these tiny islands. I mean, once they are masked, it's not an issue, and I could have probably created a ID mask, which, to be honest, I do not quite know if I understood that correctly, but it would end up with me painting. Why did you do that? Are you being a stupid cunt? Yes! Why, thank you, Substance Painter. As far as I understand the ID maps, or how you make them, you pretty much use Blender and paint a simple texture where you just tint areas of the map, or areas of the texture, in colors, and this color map is then being used for telling Substance Painter or any other 2D painting, 3D painting software, so this color is different from this color, so you will mask them off individually. So it's a sort of a masking aid. I maybe have to play around with this later on. Okay, so that's the visor, the back vent, and we have the upper and lower. Okay, in that case, the back vent will be this here. Yes. Alrighty, still have symmetry active. Excuse me, a little bit at least. Okay, and this is a weird kind of gem-y. Where did I pull this one from? Is it the eyes? Is it this here? Yeah, that's color pick from gradient. Color pick from the original texture here. There, got this one, and this one. And this one. Okay, I do not like this here. Do not like. Okay, so this is probably from the ambient occlusion. So if I kill the ambient occlusion, no, it was not the ambient occlusion. Was it the curvature? Nope, it wasn't the curvature. Was it the thickness? It's not the thickness. The fuck is going on? Are you kidding me? Where are you from? So this was the ambient occlusion, and this here was the ambient occlusion as well. But the fuck is this? Up. Okay, let's jump back into... let's grab you and just put you over here and summon up this one here. So this is oh yeah, right, safe. Textures, no, not arcane. Textures, sprite textures. Tip. Ministry of Image. Image. There we go. Oh. Okay, so that explains why this here happened. It still does not explain though why the other stuff happened. Let's just grab this and move this over here. Yeah, there's still clearance to the other pieces, albeit very little, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue. That's weird. Did I put it there on accident? Right, that was probably from let's rotate this. So I'm just min-maxing the size here a little bit. That was probably from me being a bit hectic on stopping the overlap on these pieces. Since we're here, is there anything else? Does not seem so. I'm confused, however, so I didn't mirror these over here like I did on the others. Okay, that's not too much of an issue. Good morning, Lyco. How was the night and the day so far? Okay, that looks all good for the utmost part. So we just this one island. Ah, good morning, Blue. Night was short and crappy. That's not too pleasant. But I did have a weird night as well. I almost even didn't want to get up in the morning when the alarm rang, but here I am, sort of. Ministry of Image. There we go. Let's put this over here. Switch this to the texture preview only, so the texture window. Where is 3D Unity, sprite bots, textures, Ministry of Image or Beyond, and okay. There we go, all fixed. Now I may have to rebake my mesh maps. Okay. I still don't get this. This here in particular. Like, why is it cut off like this? But I don't know. There's no intersecting mesh pieces. I mean, I could say back mesh maps. There's something that I did not tell it to do. So ignore backface always. Oh no! That's never good news. You know, you shouldn't do that. I mean, it's not like you went to the doctor and got your sick leave only to be pestered, bothered by your parents instead of work. You're definitely whatever. I'm pretty sure you know exactly. What I want to say and what it may be doing to you if you do that. Self-occlusion only by same mesh name. Okay, that doesn't count here because everything has the same mesh name, so we can always do the Okay. But why do you have to stay for a few days? Can't you just like take her with you instead? Wouldn't that be an awesome birthday present? To take her away from there for the weekend instead of staying there for the weekend. Curvature, self-intersection only on same mesh name. Yeah, of course, that doesn't working. Position normalization type. I have no idea what this stuff is. Distribution, self-occlusion, of course. Let's do this again and see how it looks. Well, fuck you. How's the other side looking actually? Is it like this or is it's the same? What? Yo, what are you doing? Are you... Is there something about the radius that you would like to have set differently? It would make sense if you're looking at this, but... Yeah! See? Just take her away. Spend the weekend with your uncle. At your uncle's place, instead of spend the weekend with your uncle at the place that you... and so on. Actually, since you're here now, if I treated you to some real big chunky hunky kebab, could I maybe abuse you to maybe get me to one of these fancy places where they sell office chairs? And then maybe grab a chair from there? Like, could I abuse you as my driver? If I treated you some really nice kebab of your choice? Or paid for the next food order? Do you think that could be an adequate compensation? Bro, color, C-O-L-O-R, is fine for US. Color is UK, bitch. There. Yeah, of course not today. I mean, The only thing broken on this chair is the hydraulics, so I'm just sitting much lower than I would like to. It doesn't have like super duper top priority, but it would be nice. It would be great to maybe not hook the chair across the town, because Saturn is the only place that I think we have here in Halle that sells chairs, and they only have gaming chairs. And I've already been looking at Amazon, but Amazon is like Amazon. I'm not sure if I want to buy something that I trust my arse, that I have to trust my arse with. I'm on Amazon, to be honest. I mean, I buy a lot of stuff on Amazon, but I'm not sure if I want to go through the troubles and buy something that I may not like sitting on for 8+ hours a day. Right, I wanted to tinker with this here maybe. So secondary race is this, minimum occluder distance. So I think it might be this. I can't... Well, I guess I have to live with it. Actually, does it change anything when I change that? Or am I just guessing? Okay, yes and no. It changes stuff, but it does not change this. It is the ambient occlusion, or? Yeah, it is the ambient occlusion, okay. Super weird. Ambient occlusion, minimum occluder distance, let's turn this one down again. Spread angle. How about I decrease this to 160? Motherfucker. And then Thursday. Can't you like at least arrive there tomorrow? Or are you preparing stuff for tomorrow? What if I go to spread angle 0? Oh, that's awesome. Bake selected textures. Yeah, I know nothing of that. That looks interesting. But didn't get rid of this here. God, that's annoying. Ah, fuck. Yeah, you should definitely see if you can maybe like tomorrow morning, tomorrow in the evening or something, like after the grand party has settled, unless she's actually celebrating on Saturday with her friends and stuff. That you can kidnap her and just take her with you. I really want to get rid of this now. So the secondary rays technically just make the ambient occlusion bake a little bit smoother, and it also increases the baking time. So attenuation, how occlusion is attenuated in occlusive distance. Let's do smooth and see what happens. Okay, nothing happens. That's... How about nothing? Okay. But it seems like all of these maps have some sort of issue with this corner in particular. Huh. Let's just get back to this and use this. Okay, so mesh maps normal. What the actual fuck? World space normal. There's a weird corner there too. I am confused. Okay, the ID map of course. AO. curvature. Is it really this corner here? That's driving me crazy. Oh, precision doesn't care about this, and the thickness has some issue with that corner too. What? Why? Okay, is this maybe because of some stretchiness going on? We are talking about this here probably, right? No, we are not. We are talking about this here. Okay, so that is here. Right? Yeah, so this corner here. Display stretch. Huh. I'd have thought that maybe this could be weird, but it's exactly this corner here, which is not even super duper stretched. Well, I'm just going to live with this. I could probably tinker for another few minutes, or maybe another few hours, and probably wouldn't solve anything. If it's really bothering me too much, I can also just pop the baked map as a fill layer with a multiply, which will give me about exactly the same effect that I have right now, and then manually smear this over to the side without any problem. Man, do I have anything here to sort of? Oh, I do have like a if you're still here, I do have some pralines that are. Can I reach them? Yeah. So I do have some. Okay, hear me out on this one here. I do have some pralines here from Lind, so it's the good stuff. For $8.50. Which both shouldn't exist anymore because they are from 2020. How do you feel about giving them to your parents and be like, here, I bought something for you, and with a bit of luck they are going to be way too busy with their guts, so you can just kidnap your niece. Let me know what you think about that idea. I'm willing to part with them, or at least the one that is like a okay, what's the English term for this? Fuck, why is it everything on German on this here? Mindesthaltbarkeitsdatum. What's the English term for this? I forgot about it. But yeah, that the offer stands. Hopefully no one reads this, and okay, so where did we stop? Right, I wanted to take a look at this here. Maybe get the colors right. Actually, I did the colors already. Let's get the white speckles up a bit more. Push the saturation on this. And push the saturation on this. Oh, the saturation. Bit brighter. There's like a baby blue already here. No. See if I can get the base to be... Are you kidding me? Come on. That's a bit too dark. And that's not speckled enough. Arr. Arr. Maybe if I increase the difference between those a bit more. Don't tempt me. Come on, see. Ouch. That hurts a bit. It's a bit painful to the eye, but now I can actually see what's going on here. Ah, now we're talking. Like so. That actually doesn't look too bad now. Yeah. Yeah. So me pressing C was just changing the view channel. So I switched from seeing everything, the shading and the light and every fancy stuff, to only seeing the base color channel. And the more often I press C, the more I get interesting different maps to show up. Till I'm back to base color again, then I press M on the keyboard and get the material view again. Upper and lower vent. So, wait a moment, I do not need these to show up. There. Maybe want to do this with white. Yeah, doggo, I feel you. I'm confused. Okay, so that's an interesting mix. Why have I done that? So I want to grab this here and to grab this here. That's a bit of a wild card actually. It's much more of a blue. Okay, and it's supposed to look about as speckled as this here. Maybe I should just go into this here right away. Okay, so we want speckles, but not as super speckled. Bit confused. Okay, so we have this gradient stuff over here. Hardness probably doesn't change too much. Yeah, it's just blending the positions from this projecting to here, from the other side projecting to here, and the back projecting from there, so we're not gaining anything too much if I increase or decrease the hardness of it. Or do we? Actually we do. I do like this hardness here. And this here being a sharp edge shouldn't matter at all, because we do have a hard edge here anyway. And you can hide a lot of stuff in hard edges. A lot of stuff. Let's get back to material. That looks much friendlier. And next up is the antennas and the dish. Boop, boop, boop. Antennas and dish. What's those actually? Okay, so I think oh god, they all have their own little thing going on. Okay, so the camera down here and no wait, the dish and antennas do have the same, and the camera and the megaphones do have their own. That's annoying. That's also pretty wild. It's like baby blue and neon pink. Huh. But fine. What you gonna do? There we go. And this piece. That can go poof. So let's grab the pinkest neon pink that I can find here, and the babyest blue that I can find. Maybe I should just go down to 2 colors instead. Of course you would kill this one color. So let's grab the babyest blue. Ah! It's not too bad. So let's saturate the baby blue, the neon pink a bit more. Bit more of a contrast, and change the position of it to have it pop out a bit more, and maybe increase saturation on. No. Did I just? There we go. Maybe decrease the saturation. Yeah. Yeah, that looks interesting. There we go. Music? Music is over! Fall of an Empire, Royal Candlelit Symphonic Metal Orchestra. I think that's what we listened to yesterday. New Retro Wave. Let's go for Transistor original soundtrack. I think Transistor was a game made by the people that made Bastion, which also had great soundtrack. So, where is it? Oops. Wee wee wee, link alert, link alert, wee wee wee. No. Okay, I need a brief little break to get rid of some of my bodily fluids. Be right back. Okay. Back in action. So yeah, I like this chaotic color. Let's arms and claws. We don't have any arms and claws. We do have, however, megaphone and camera. So let's just check this real quick. Ooh, interesting. Seems past me was quite resourceful. Let's see. So that is supposed to be the claws of. That's not the awesome. That's not the that's right. I did export the morale first, then I remember that I didn't do lots of good stuff on the morale, so I exported the awesome smart material. So that explains the color scheme I have here. Gradient. So I pretty much, I don't even know how I mixed these colors 2 years ago. Let's see. Okay, so the speckles are definitely more. Let's get back into the base color mode and observe. Okay. Like so, with a bit more of this. Maybe not as stark, more like so. Bit like more of these. So I really would like to get these dark speckles going, but I'd like more of a transition. Yeah. Though the saturation doesn't quite add up anymore. So it'll be like this. That looks sweet. Okay, black mask on the claws. Well, that's not the claws. Boop. Boop. You are the megaphone. And you are iron galvanized. No, you're not iron galvanized. You are the camera. And the camera is... What's the camera looking like? Okay. Oh, here. So the camera is this weird mix of blue and red, but not purple. Huh. Interesting. So let's grab this weird blue here. Oh wait, there's the same blue but different. Let's make this 2 colors only. And then grab this weird sort of red. Reddish, purple, pink, whatever that color is. So one could be like lavender and the other is a weird blend of something. Okay, let's bring them closer together so they are blending a bit more starkly, or with a bit more contrast. And then I would like to increase. No, the saturation was fine. Maybe push the blue a bit more. Yeah. So there we go, rarity, at least for the most part. Let's do, no, not a paint layer, not a paint layer. I need a fill layer up here, which is the vents and just the vents. So that one's going to be all black. Roughness of nothing and metallic of all everything. May have to change the metallic later on again. And a black mask, so I can actually do some painting. Okay, I do not need you anymore. How do I minimize you? Maximize, minimize, Control M. Okay, neat. So I have my breakfast here, so I'm going to nom that occasionally. I hope the chewing noises are not too gross. Just a little bit gross, but not like. Oh my god, that's like chewing with an open mouth. Right in your ear holes. Yum yum pint. Well, actually, no, not for this one. So there, and we have rarity logo. Is that image? Just imagine it's a cat licking milk. to make it more bearable. Fluttershy rarity. No, is it working or is it not working? No height, no rough, no metal, no normal. Let's crank this one up and oi, make it bigger. Put it right here. So we have the rarity logo and we want another one. It's the Shadowbolt logo. Oop. That's interesting. So it's now using the alpha. Very, very funny. Let's take this here. Actually, for the rarity logo, I would like to use, to make it different, like the last time we did that. I used this here on this, but I also increased the height a little bit and decreased the roughness, so we have had this effect of this being a sticker of sorts. Motherfucker! Of course, yeah, we don't have an alpha. What happens when I put... oh. Can't. So basic soft, now we have our soft alpha again, and that's the base color for that. I'm confused. Basic soft, hardness, basic hard. You kidding me? Okay. It is what it is then. Boop. Yeah, so now we have this sort of, this is a stickered thing. I actually don't quite like it. It's not hard enough on the edges. It's like sloping up. I don't want this to slope up. I want this to punch up like it was an actual sticker. That's a bit annoying, to be honest. Not that anyone will notice, but I notice, and it's annoying. Okay, so we got this working. Let's do the events again. I want this here, and maybe, yeah, with just a basic there, and the vents are these pieces here. If I'm not too wrong about this, that is. Yeah. Of course, yeah, I only need to do these two. Okay. Okay, let's see how drawing works. Since I'm now one hand lower than I should be. Yeah, that's already quite annoying. And I am not fat enough to properly balance the tablet at a decent height. Should have stopped playing Beat Saber had I known this would be coming up. Yeah, I guess it works. Sort of has to. Still super duper annoying. So let's decrease the hardness of this brush. Don't do this, and maybe change to the Corsair. I kind of need both to look at. Okay, I'm looking at this here now. Is that maybe enough already? it sort of is not. So what if I go from here to like here? Do I maybe wish to have the wireframe displayed to sort of guide myself along? Yes, I do. Yeah, I think that's fine. So yeah. How about fuck you too, bro? What? Come on. Are you set to look at my camera and not the object? Are you like projecting from the view of the camera or something, or what is this here? Because that just made no sense. Oh, that sort of did make sense. How about so? Fine, so I have to go through with an eraser set to only look at the texture and not at the mesh in order to get pretty results. Ah, Substance Painter, who made you to be such a cunt? Pretty sure you used to be this awesome program that everyone wanted, and now, since you have this reputation that everyone sort of needs you, you're like, oh, now that you need me, I do not want you to want me anymore. I only want your money. And I will thus be acquired by Adobe to support you with broken features and no substantial bug fixes, because every bug you find is one that you can keep. Yeah, I think I can just leave it like so. That's so annoying. Can I maybe bug face? Okay, that's already turned on too. Okay, I'm gonna do some juice, but you don't have to listen to that, so I'm gonna do the See, that's why I'm complaining so much. So essentially, I can just erase everything that I've done here on this side. And since I'm already at it, how about we switch this to UV and this to texture, grab the eraser, shortcut number 2, this to hard, and just the... Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, of course I need to set the eraser to the texture too, so it's not looking at anything else. So, make yourself small. No, hard. I need you hard but small. My poor butt is already bruised. I cannot take hard and big. So, let's get rid of all of this, because it sucks. And switch tools again. For... one small... Okay, now there's no need to look at the resulting side. I'm just going to pretend that it's going to look nice. Are you kidding me? No, that was pretty silly. I understand that. Yeah, that was yeah, I get that. That was my issue. So let's just do this a couple of times and repeat this on that side. To about middle of this, I guess. Yeah. Okay, to be honest, I was thinking that the Transistor soundtrack is about as interesting as the it's about as interesting as the soundtrack from Bastion, but to be honest, I'm not convinced yet. It's good, but it's not like, oh my god, that's the best thing I ever heard. And the worst thing is, even if I was like, okay, I'm only going to play the music that I actually own, and I do own a lot of music. I have some CDs here, bought from the bands themselves, at least in the case of Ott and Spongel. But and I think I bought them from Ruskaya too. Did I buy the music from Ruskaya or did I buy them from Metal, whatever their label is? The problem, however, is voice. Maybe I should take a sip. I can't reach my drink. Sippy, 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 sippy. The problem is that I forgot what their label was. God damn it. Lava Records, Metal Records, Metal Lava, whatever. The thing is, I have no idea if they decided, like the label records, record label, if they decided to file GEMA and other copyright stuff. So here's the issue. Even if they went out and be like, okay, you're not allowed to stream any music that you do not own, how do you know what music I own without me showing you the exact album that I do own? So I could stream like Infected Mushroom and Ruskaya and Sponge and Ott and I think a couple more. But then Twitch might be like, yeah, nah. Because you need a different license if you want to stream them, because now it's becoming like some sort of disco stuff you're doing here. Which is not quite true. I am usually vibing to this, to the music that I do listen to, but it's not like I'm doing this on purpose. Okay, so it's the other side. Whole substance painted, could have been so nice with you, but you decide to be a cunt. Boop boop. So there we go. Boop, 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 boop. So yeah, audience, what do you think about this soundtrack? Do you want to listen to something else? Because to be honest, I pretty much want to. It's not resonating with me. It's probably a good situational soundtrack, like it probably feels very good to hear this sort of music in the game while you are playing the scene or the level or whatever, but am I at about the same height now? No, not yet. Okay. Just another one. Yeah. What am I hearing? Is this little baby cries in the background? What is this? Okay, so the track is Gold Leaf. And that's the next height map. Very funny. Oh, man, I don't know. Katana Zero original soundtrack. Let's go for this one. At least it sounds nice. Ludovic Katana Zero. Okay, so I could buy this off of Bandcamp. This is nice. Bandcamp, Twitter, SoundCloud. Tunk Chakir. Okay, I have no idea what this sound is. But here, Twitch crew, have a link. So far, it sounds nice. How it develops, I have no idea. Thanks to YouTube. Algorithm. Let's turn you down. Let's see if I like it in 5 minutes. You may be allowed to stay. If not, I'm going to just switch music. Let's put this up like so. Put you up here again. There we go. Let's maybe do it like so. That should probably be nice. Yeah. About the same height. Okay, so we got the upper and the lower on this side. Let's get back to this here. And now we only need one more. Where are you hiding? Where are you? There you are. There's something that I could maybe put underneath the tablet to raise it up higher. Okay, this looks nice, but how does it feel? Okay, put a pillow underneath. Hello, Philly! How are you doing? Thank you for tuning in. We are doing an English language stream for this here very project. And after this project is done, which will probably be 2 more sessions about, then we will start something completely new in German again. Unless something... That's not what I wanted. Okay, it's weird. Yeah, we will be doing a German stream again. With something unique. Full-on modeling stuff. I'm doing okay. I'm a bit salty about my office chair giving in on me. The hydraulics stopped working, so you could say I'm a bit low because the moment I sit on this chair it's just deflating into its lowest possible position. But aside from that, I'm doing okay. Thank you. How are you? Nice, and now the other side. Alright, you're fine. That's good to hear. Great news, great news. So yeah, should you have any questions regarding what I'm doing here or any specifics about 3D design, texture work, etc., please feel free to ask. I will answer everything. Because I know everything. No, I'm kidding. I certainly do not know everything. Thankfully. Because if I knew everything and would still be just sitting at home, working on probably very low income projects, I probably be doing something incredibly wrong with my life. I mean, I am, but that's beside the point. Aside from that, I actually do grab some... Oh, did you just give yourself a hat, a Christmas hat for your Kadabra? That's cute. Stream avatars. Have some stars, my guppy. Have some stars. Food for demands. Think 1 or 2 more layers should be fine. get about the same height. Yeah, awesome. Can I just press... Oh, that would be too easy. Okay, so there we go. We have the vents going, and the only thing that I need to do here is replace the normals and replace the height. And probably raise the height a little bit. Yeah, that music isn't too bad now. There we go. Yeah, I also have no idea what that thing is doing here, but whatever. Could probably make this into 2 different meshes with the same materials, and then it shouldn't intersect one another anymore. Maybe? Or I'm just deciding to ignore it. Okay, now I need to find something on the interweb for a camera lens. Google camera lens. Image. Huh. Technologie, PSD camera lens icon, original website, nicht verfügbar, okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. You are downloading PSD camera lens icon. Diese Grafik als eine Webseite für einen Blog oder eine Forum hinzufügen. No. I would just like to download this. Save as 3D stuff. I don't know. Let's put this into global resources textures. Save. Boop. 3D stuff, global resources textures. That's a zip. Why would you zip this one up instead of just shipping it as a PSD? Extract here. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, okay. So that goes away, that goes away. PSD lens icon PSD. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. I got this from de.365psd.com. But this is a PSD, so I need to open this with Clip Studio. Because hopefully it has a few layers in it, and I can just get rid of. So link alert, link alert. Ironically, this is the same PSD that I've been using, that I used on the old one, or rather the same image. There. This is the same lens. Textures there. Can I just drag and drop this in here? Okay, that's the graphic. Oh, that's neat. So you go poof, you go poof, you go poof, you go poof, fuck you, I need you. I don't think... And you go poof. Right? Why is that looking different? Bit confused. It looks like I accidentally did. Huh? Why is layer 30 not showing? Yo, you are quite an important layer, my friend. At least I think you are. What if I put you over here? What if I put you out of there? Yeah. Now this is getting somewhere. Still feels like I'm missing some stuff around here though. So is this just some random stuff because I'm not using Photoshop, or is this because the file isn't showing up correctly? I'm a bit confused. Oh, you are just a hue saturation? That is doing nothing? Okay. You are still not doing anything. Okay. Okay. Guess I'm just going to accept this. Though to be honest, I kind of don't want to. It looks different. I don't like different. Color dodge, copy, normal. I'm confused. Okay, let's do this again. So, can I just re-import this? Can I please not save that and then just drop it here? No, okay, it really looks different from this one here. Yeah, I don't like that. And to be honest, I don't feel like I want to tinker with this until I find out. Could maybe... So this one is not showing up, although it should. Oh, it's showing up now. Okay. Yeah. Let's grab this. What are you doing? Okay, you are this one. What are you doing? You are this one. Okay, so you are these in there. You are not contributing anything. I'll just grab you and make you taller, bigger, thicker as well. Oh. Oh. Okay, now I'm confused. That was silly. I meant to hit enter, not escape. So maybe like, so why do you have... So if you have the color dodge instead of norm... Whoa, okay. So you should be put down here to have all of that still there. Maybe one lower. Still one lower. Color color.g. Okay, and now you are essentially just contributing. Okay. I think that is sort of okay now. Layer, animation, edit, canvas size, change canvas size. I would like a 1024 by 1024. This is great. And camera lens icon, PNG, Safé. Okay. Camera lens icon. This is a simple texture. I would like this to be in my assets import. Great. Let's put a paint layer right here. And I would like to paint everything. And I would also like this paint layer to override the height and the normals and the metallic and the roughness. Motherfucker. Why are you acting like a fill layer though? That doesn't make any sense. Or are you only doing this because I have not yet painted anything here? Okay. Oh, I need to erase this from the shit. Here, I think. Yes. Okay, I'm actually not too happy about the placement right there. I mean, I didn't expect it to be like super duper visible, but I do sure like me some more texture resolution for this piece. So let's get back into Blender for a second here and wonder why nothing is displayed. this not the UV image editor? It's the UV editor. I am confused. I am very confused. Where's my UVs? Oh! See, I wanted to display the stretch, and instead of going into this menu here, I just turned off the working overlay. Pretty much what this button here does too. So now I'm in edit mode, but it looks like I'm actually using the object mode, because I turned off all the grids and jiggles and chisels and the stuff. Turned off all the stuff. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so let's see. I do not want you to display. Actually, let's just go in with L and H. There. So now I have both selected. Both are in the in object mode, in edit mode. And now, when I grab this here, I will be grabbing the island in both copies. Which is exactly what we want. Oh. Should be good enough. And pretty sure I rotated this like so. Yeah, so essentially, there's probably different ways to do this. Much more efficient ways too. But every change I do, I would either do on the quad, or delete the triangle version, do it on the quad, and squeeze you in here. No, I don't want to change the UVs too much, but I also definitely, certainly want to have much more space for this little bugger here. Do you fit here? Ah, yes you do. Okay. Look at this, all the space. Look at you expanding and growing. Just... yeah, no. That's not helping at all. So... just like so. That should give you the best possible space, considering everything else. However, I don't yet like the placement of this one. Let's see if I can overlap this a bit more. Yeah, because in the past I had, especially with the awesome bot, I was like, okay, I have this, the textures on already, they're done, and then I import this into Unity, and I took a look at the side, and there's the lightning that goes on the side of this. It goes a bit like so, or whatever, and it looked like garbage because the lines were not matching up anymore, and it looked like squiggly shit. That I certainly did not like. export Ministry of Image. Chip, textures. Yes. That was too much. Unity, sprite boards, textures. Ministry of Image. Oh, boop. And now I just recalculated a little bit of this, so all I have to do is do a rebake of my textures. And then we can continue as if nothing happened. There we go. And while still not having the best texture resolution, it looks better than before. Okay. But I would like to the camera lens. So let's do this here. Actually give me the full preview again. What is this set to? This is set to UV and texture. It's not exactly what I wanted to get, but it's better than nothing. So, wait. What I do not like, however, is that me saying replace that stuff actually pretty silly. Let's set this to normal again and metallic set to normal, and because I am stamping this over the stuff anyway, linear dodge, color dodge. What is this? L dodge? Linear dodge is at, and the normal is set to normal map detail. Normal map detail, this one. So in theory, I stamp this down again, it should... So much for that. Hey, it's reflective. Do I make this a fill layer again? Or do I just put this out here and it'll do the thing correctly? No. That's pretty annoying. Also, that didn't work. That's pretty silly. But that's an easy fix. I just need to remember to actually do it. Well, so be it. So camera lens, we are going to make this a replace, and the height is being replaced as well, and then I will add a black mask, because stuff is just not working out the way I would like it to. Boop. Boop. There we go. Let's see if I can recenter this. The size was okay, so let's just work on getting this nice and uselessly exactly centered. There we go. Perfect. So that's it for the center coloration of the sprite bot. As I said before, I just need to push the island of this tiny piece here over to this bigger piece here, and then just do the usual. So it's gonna be something for a later date. I would like to focus on coloring this beast. Okay, let's get rid of this sprite bots. Is that my Shadowbolt, or is this the standard Shadowbolts? Here we go. Let's let this calculate for a little bit and have some quick noms. Oh, that was a cable. I don't like that. There we go. So I shall give you a few seconds of silence. Right about... Okay, back in action. Just didn't want you to listen to me chewing and be like, yeah, I'm still nibbling on my breakfast actually. It's 12 now. Well, that feels weird. Yeah, it really is weird. Okay. So I do not need this anymore, and I sure as hell do not need this. So black mask. Those are all nice. Black mask, black mask, black mask, grill. I'm just going through deleting all these masks because I do not need them. Rarity logo, no, just disabled. Vents and back thing are supposed to still be there. Actually, I do need the the camera lens thing. So that's going here. It's above all the other layers because that's like the thing with this bot, right? It's like actually it became sort of corrupted. So this was Rarity's idea, the Ministry of Image, and at first it was like, okay, I'm going to record the history of what is actually happening, which later on became, okay, I'm going to record the history of what's actually happening, and I am going to rewrite the history so that the pony side of Equestria is never shown in a bad light, so we will be the winners of this war. And yeah, it's basically became a war propaganda stuff. But somewhat true to her sort of old nature to keep the image and having the character development that she had until season 2, I believe it was. She recorded, or yeah, the Ministry of Image was responsible for recording everything, and then later on rewriting. But before rewriting the history to make Equestria look better in the history books, she actually sent the real stuff that actually happened, like the facts. She sent to Spike, who was at the time hiding very efficiently, so that the real history was preserved while also rewriting history in favor of Equestria. So there was like an official history and an unofficial history. What the fuck is this here? Why did I not notice this before? Okay, Pure Ref. Where are you? Pure Ref. Mode. Window. Maximize. Yeah, you should always be on top anyway. Yeah, you are on top. Okay. Give me a moment to figure out how to zoom, because you could safely settings, undo, redo, save, load, canvas. I have no idea what optimize is. Reset lock camera grayscale, sweet. Resize to selection lock window, okay. There were hotkeys for zooming in and out. I do not remember the hotkeys though. For some reason, I think it was reset group. No. Range, align, normalize. Okay, so Alt and just tip is pushing it left and right. Okay, control is... Oh, it's control alt. Okay. Oh, wait, control on this. Oh no, oh no! Okay, I need the mouse. That was silly. Okay. I do have the middle mouse button though. Like simulated at least. Okay. How do I zoom? Okay, so middle mouse button or Alt and tip is doing this. But how? I forgot how to zoom. Oh, okay. Help! Focus images, zoom on pointer, scroll wheel, fuck you, pan scene. To see all controls and set them yourself, check out the key binder and the default key bindings web page. Okay, there we go. That's maybe more helpful. Let's see. Okay, so this is for Windows, Linux and Mac. About, align, align, align. Always on top, always on bottom. Close copy. Decrease master opacity. Sweet. Distribute, distribute, export, export scene, export selected images. Ah, nice. Grayscale help, increase master opacity, load images, load, lock. Lock, open the source, overlay selection, paste. Exit camera, save, controls. Axis snapped, move item, left mouse button and shift, okay, change opacity, clear selection. Delete, flip image horizontally, flip. Focus on images space. Really? So I could like do this and then press... Oh, okay, that's neat. So that could be helpful, but it's not exactly what I wanted to. Pan, rotate, scale. Yeah, I sort of found that out. Left mouse button control and alt is scale. Zoom! Left mouse button and C. Is this my left mouse button? Ah. Oh, okay. There we go. So C and left, right, left mouse button. That's how you zoom. Almost pretty obvious if you think about it. I mean, C for zoom. The drama. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, let's go back to this one here. So body, body is about everything except for the grill. The grill is yellow. Gross. Why would I make the grill yellow? Oh, yeah, UV junk. Body this. Let's activate. Oh, symmetry is active. Okay. There we go. At least hopefully so. Yeah, so here we have all of the body, the grill, let's do Y black, use white on grill. It's not incorrect, but also not correct. Okay, so all the grill pieces are yellow. And we have the antennas. Yellow base, okay. So the megaphone and the camera are yellow, and the antennas and the dish is, I'd say that's dark purple. So So let's go for the antenna here. Even though displayed as yellow now. Let's kick that. White mask. Actually no mask. How about that? Of course, because you need to check to remove the mask. You can't just... No one just walks into Mordor. Maybe a screw. Purple base, but this time I need the yellow, dark purple yellow base. So you go poof and you go poof and you get no mask. You're already on the black mask. Switch. And there we go, done. God, wouldn't that be nice? Sort of nice. Okay. Yellow base body, dark purple. Add a paint and add a paint here, down here. There we go. Okay, I need to take another break again. Nature is calling. And I need to be heeding the call. So, be right back. Okay, I have returned from the abyss that was my toilet. That is so weird sitting like this. But what you gonna do? It definitely feels like I'm sitting way too far away from my screen right now. It's not like I'm blind, but it just feels so weird sitting so low and having the tablet propped up with a pillow. At least it's working. Okay. Oh, let's see. So the most interesting part about this is actually the lightning that goes around the rim of where are you lacking? The rim of this here. Thankfully, that can be mirrored. So I will make use of this mirror stuff here. But I certainly do want to use this here. Let's see. So in the preview, or rather in the thing that I created 2 years ago, it looks kind of like so. Maybe I should switch to this here and have this here move over to yonder. There we go. So the problem is that I hate doing lightning stuff, but it looks pretty awesome. So this here looks pretty much like some sort of M going on. So maybe I should just go like so. I'm super confused. It's already breaking me. So how do I get from here to there? I don't have to replicate it like one by one, but I sure would like to, sort of. Unless I could just go like so, and yeah, I really have no idea what I'm doing here. It's like 2 years ago I've done something incredibly awesome and it looked great for the time being. But I've been someone entirely else back in the day, and now I'm just this husk of myself, not able to do simple geometric forms anymore. I'm pretty sure that's how it'll be when I actually start modeling again on the Prude, which is like somewhat of a rabbit protogen, I believe. At least from the design it looked like some sort of rabbit protogen. I haven't been modeling in what feels like ages. It'll be so bad. So let's maybe go for something like so. And instead of doing lightning, I'm just going to do a zigzag line and see how that looks once I'm done. Oh god! Maybe it's not looking so bad. Maybe I'm just not super confident. Hello Nordy! I'm doing okay. I'm struggling, but I'm doing okay. Because I suck at lightning. And I'm not a 2D artist. Not that one probably has to do anything with the other, but yeah, I have no idea what I'd done here 2 years ago, but it looks great, and now I'm trying to replicate what I did there, and I feel like an imposter of myself. Anyway, how are you? maybe I could do this here. Back hurts really bad. Is your stomach at least better, or do you have pains in both the front and the back now? I'm just going to leave it like so, I believe. Ah, that's at least something. What did you do with your back though? Just slept weirdly and twisted something, or? Actually, let me change this to color. That is not very pleasant. Actually, most of my back pain stopped when I started doing regular workout with Beat Saber again, which is fantastic. What? Oh, you mean this year? Or what exactly are you talking about? Because in my brain I was still busy analyzing your back pains, and then you are saying that it gives you Evangelion 01 vibes. Ah, okay, color combinations, yeah. This actually has nothing to do with Evangelion. This is in fact something from a fan fiction of My Little Pony that developed into something much bigger than a fan fiction. It is a sprite bot, so a power sprite, cute little bugger, insect with wings flying around in an Iron Man suit, essentially. Someone just shouted. It was not me. Of the Ministry of Image, led by Rarity from My Little Pony. And all that developed from... I mean, why do wars start? Because of silly things happening. And yeah, it's a combination of My Little Pony and Fallout, and the main 6, so Twilight Sparkle, Rarity, Pinkie Pie, and Rainbow Dash, and Applejack, and Fluttershy. Have I missed anyone? Probably. Essentially went to war, and each had their own ministry to lead for war efforts, and coming out on top against the zebras. And this is the color scheme of the Shadowbolts, which is a group of stunt flyers or stunt Pegasi that are exactly the opposite of the Wonderbolts. Shadowbolts only have been revealed once in the show, in the very first or the second episode. I don't quite remember. And this is their color scheme. Let me give you a picture. Let me give you a picture. MLP Shadowbolts. There. This be Shadowbolts. I think this is original from the show. No, that's not original from the show. This is from the show. And this is the color scheme of the Wonderbolts. And I've already done the color scheme of my original design, which is this here. Switch to this and there. This is the essentially the color scheme that Rarity has. So this here. Diamonds, darling, diamonds! Yeah, and I'm pretty much just no autosave in that amount of time, please. I'm just recreating my own patterns, because this here, well, for one, it's lost to the eons because of my not so pleasant format C thing that accidentally wiped every single bit of my HDDs because of Windows being a cunt. And since I want to sell these files and would like to distribute the paint files as well, yeah, I have to recreate. Well, that's the first reason. And the second reason is that the iteration, or this one here, is in Second Life, meant for Second Life, and while it has actually pretty decent UVs, the entire bot is mirrored. So there's this center line where you essentially have a butterfly effect, and that's pretty nasty. So I am redoing these textures in a higher resolution, and I'm reducing the butterfly effect. As handy as the butterfly effect might be if used correctly. Like I mentioned that, you could like go back in time if you have a photo of something, and then you are exactly there. And not just you can relive your stuff, you can also change stuff. That would be actually quite interesting. Scary, but interesting. So yeah, with a bit of luck, I'm going to finish this one here today with the painting. So tomorrow will be another day spent in Unity. Maybe not even the entire day, because since I do not have any hands on this one, it should be very quickly done and brought over into VR chat. Whoops. At least in theory. But with all art projects, we all know that sometimes stuff takes longer than anticipated. Oh, nose. Whew. Okay, so someone was just tapping and thinking about me because I had a sneeze. I wonder who though. Could it be that maybe Nordy? Nordy is naughty? I do not know. We will never know. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I mean... I guess that's okay. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. Top. That's the bottom. That is the back. That is somewhat of the top. Oh yeah, I remember. I had some weird... I guess that works. Why? Right, I had some weird lighting stuff going on for the side events here. Like 2 of them. Let's go for the side events first. Shadowbolt's logo. Tree. Let's take a look at render. Here, that's where I've heard. There's weird double lighting. I would never chew on the back of my pen or hold it with my teeth. I am a sophisticated and educated human being. Oh yeah. I already hate this. Yep, I already hate this. Of course. Right, I need to clean up that garbage here. Oh, 2. You are set to UV and text. Are you kidding me? Oh, I meant to do this on the vents. Okay. UV and texture. Wow. Someone just very, very aggressively closed the door. I know, because it did rattle my screens. Come on. Maybe I should not use symmetry when doing these fine works, because past has shown that symmetry is a cunt. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Now I feel better. Decrease the rarity logo. We are back to dark purple in paint. Okay, and the worst part about this is that I probably cannot even use symmetry here. Any sort of symmetry. F2? No, wait. F1. Or can I? Alright, I do not need this anymore. Do not save. Close. So there's two ways to do symmetry in Substance Painter. Way number one is to just use symmetry over here. Or hotkey L. Would you please be so kind and do the symmetry? But I can only use one symmetry axis. I could not be like, okay, I want to use symmetry on more than one axis. Because if that was the case, I could just switch to this sort of symmetry and then nudge my axis to here and would just paint like so. If I did that, I would be missing this side. Come on, brain, function. You know where to move this stuff. The other way to do symmetry in Substance Painter is with a filter. So let me show you. Let's do this here first. Recalibrate the symmetry to X. We go. The other way to do symmetry is by a filter. Filter. Select filter. Where is it? Transform, sharpen, mirror. Let's use the debug setting of that. So we have this line in the center here now. And yes, we would like to use the x-axis and just push this over here. And now everything we paint on this side will be transferred over to this side, but only along this mirror plane here. Actually, let's have a look. Yeah, that's pretty much what I feared. So while having this here, this would mirror perfectly over, but it wouldn't mirror over here. And I don't know if I can use two of them. So if you wanted to make use of this sort of mirror, you would have to be very, very, very specific in how you lay out your UVs for certain pieces. This is some sort of pre-planning that I probably maybe should have done, but I messed that one up. So now I have to decide Which one I want to do? Because sadly again I cannot mirror symmetry. I do have a radial symmetry, but that's not helping, even if I've only set it to 4. I'm confused now. This is not doing what I thought it would do. Am I setting this on the wrong axis maybe? This is the top-down axis? What do I know? Apparently I don't know. So back to this, and I think I'm just going to do it the old way. So in other words, I will just do one lightning strike, and then do some helping lines down and recreate the underside of it. That's so super annoying, but fine. Can I get you back here, please? Like so. I don't like this music anymore. It's still the Katana Zero original soundtrack. That's the Transistor soundtrack. Let's go for Hades. Maybe a bit further in. Okay. Yeah. Let me do this, and then I will go back and fix some of the other stuff here. Let's get rid of this here. No. So maybe make this parallel to like so. I don't know. Oh, so much for parallelity. So this parallel to this, and then this to this, Is that maybe looking a bit... That's not the key I wanted to... Actually, it's a good idea to do this. So this is now parallel to this. That bubble doesn't matter, and if I get rid of this, actually I should be using the eraser instead of the black. I think this actually doesn't look too bad. Could maybe scooch. What is this here? Could maybe push that a little bit higher. Like so. Yeah, I think I should leave it like this. It looks nice, okay. I actually do like this Hades soundtrack. There's, even though it's slow, as in slow paced, the soundtrack, there's a certain weight to it, what makes it actually very interesting to listen to. Although I'm not sure if I like the slowness of it. Okay, let's do this correctly and not paint in black, but instead erase. The heck are you doing? Would you be so kind? Come on. Just a straight line. I guess it's as straight as it goes. Also, I should have definitely remembered to heed my own advices, because actually painting with a softer brush does eliminate the stepping a little bit instead of using the hard brush. I mean, not that it matters now, then I'm just filling in the shapes, since an Adobe product doesn't have any sort of paint bucket tool. I guess maybe that's a bit difficult to calculate when you are filling in stuff across UV seams. That looks a bit better. So let's grab some yellow and a very tiny brush Let's see if I can... God, that's so annoying. See if I can rearrange my body a little bit. I think that is sort of okay. No, it's not too far away from the keyboard. Yeah. So let's just get some helping lines in here. That's all these lines are. Just trying to orient that this line here is as straight as possible without too many kinks, so I essentially know that it is straight. And let's get these helping lines in. And I do realize that these are quite thick, and I know that they are thick, or at least I think I know why they are thick, and that is because this brush is still set to use the texture space of the UV map. Which is not too much of an issue though. So let's see. So you go from like about here to about here, and then from here to all the way back here. And yeah, like so. And then you go from here to about here, and all the way over here, like so, to here. That does not feel long enough, but sure. Maybe like so. And from here to about here. Oh no. I forgot one helping line. What do I do? Like so. Yeah, they are looking about as equally shit as they should be. I mean, they look the prettiest lightning strikes I have ever seen. I am very confident in my lightning strikes. In fact, I am so confident I am overconfident. These are the best things you will ever see in your entire life. That's terrible. Maybe, just maybe, I should have drawn more stuff in school. Which is already as bad as it is, because I did that a lot. Like, ooh, the teacher is just talking about stuff that I'm not interested in. I guess it is time to scribble. And so I did. Much to the dismay of my teacher, which certainly did not like me scribbling stuff, and much to the dismay of my parents, because you did see it in the marks. But what would you want to do? And in all honesty, I do not think that, at least for me in particular, a better graduation thing, paper with better marks on it, and like being the nerd in the school and having the best marks everywhere would have helped me with my future and job search, because I have no idea what I want to do with my life. Having good marks would not have helped. Sure, I would have more chances, but what do you want to do with the chances if you don't know what chance to take? You know, it's like being in some sort of bazaar where you have all the spices in the world and you have all the money in the world to buy all the spices, but you have no idea what to do with those spices because you just lack the ideas of what to cook or the appetite. And I guess the analogy is just like, oh sorry, almost coffee and pizza every time, so that's good. So I need to paint this stuff here too. Okay. So the idea is to give me a few hours while I figure out how to do this. Right, so what I wanted to do is... Where's Blender? Here. This here. Right. It's such an easy, like choo choo choo, choo choo choo. Like so, choo choo choo. But how do you see? It's fat. So maybe I'm just overthinking, and I should probably be just doing that and now just done. I don't know. Yeah, and then now I'm like in not in a bazaar with an infinite amount of money and not knowing what to do. I'm in a bazaar with a finite amount of money and still not know what to do. So not like I knew back in the day when I was in school that I'm going to be in this exact situation. But it's like, yeah, having all the toys in the world and having no idea what to do with them. Not helping at all. So let's try this approach here. Okay, that is not working. I do feel though that I should probably get these two parallel to one another. So let's see what this here looks like. somewhat parallel. I'm not happy. Look, it looks kinky now. Like, I'd like this to be a straight line from here to here. But now it looks like so. It's garbage. Garbage! I tell ya, garbage. Maybe that was a good idea. So one lightning goes from here to here, and the other goes from let's say here to here, right? So this is the end point, and this is the starting point, and this is the end point. So like so, right? Can I just thicken out this piece here? What happens if I just increase the length of this a bit and now just pull it up like so? Will that actually solve all of my issues? The fuck? I do not like my smartphone vibrating. But I'll be damned to not take a look. So what was this? You fucking serious? One of your boosty boosts has ended. Yeah. It's just a game. Nothing of importance. Yo, Nordi, are you still with me? Do you hear me? Einsamer Norden, do you hear me? No, I'm probably in the lonely east now. That's a shame, because if I remember correctly, Einsamer Norden here is a 2D artist, and maybe the input of a 2D artist could actually help me on how to make fucking lightning strikes. Easy geometric shapes. But I think by drawing this line from start to end, I've actually done something. Oh. I actually thought that this track would continue or something. What a disappointment. Okay, so that's nice. Yeah, I'm going through the dark purples first, and then I will add the yellow on top. This game is next at combining AMD's worst GPU and CPU i5 and i3 versus R5. Okay, I don't care. I do care, I'm curious, but it is working time. I'm just taking a little break here though. Ooh, what is this version? Beat Saber Plus. It's an add-on for Beat Saber. Fixed reset button settings commands will now only reply on source channel. OBS rename last record, wait menu scene, wait playing scene. Okay. Okay. Actually, no, where's here? Okay, so that has like 3 flames on the top. And it just spreads out into triangles over here. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. So the original design sort of had flames, but I don't want flames on this here, so I'm going for more blocky blocky shapes. So let's almost cross them here and then go in an angle like so. And then flare out again. There we go. I guess I could maybe round this one off a little bit. I know that there was a hotkey to direct the size of the lazy mouse, or distance as it is called here in Substance Painter, but I don't remember. Just a little bit, so distance off. No. Let's do these spikes here first. Ah. The arm is getting heavy. I do feel it in my upper arm and I do not like this feeling. It's all because I'm sitting weirdly on this chair here. It's super annoying. Okay, that looks good. Let's just go back in here and fix some stuff up. Hopefully not too much. No, looks fine. Now there's only this part here missing. Can I get a free rotation, please? Wait, free rotation? Yeah. So, about the center of the camera, like so. We got one streak over here. And another streak about over here. So what was that? Like so, and so, and so. Let's see if that maybe breaks the curse of the lightning. That would be great though. Like so, and then parallel to this, up. I think that actually helped. And up. Just need to remember to check the other side to see if there's any weird painting gaps. I actually do remember the symmetry option in Substance Painter to be much more accurate. Or inaccurate, depending on how the algorithm works in the background. Should have maybe tested the version 2020 that I also have access to via Steam. This is 2022, fully branded, fully Adobe branded Substance Painter. And while this has some interesting features that I probably have to look into at some point, like being able to hide pieces of mesh with just a couple of button clicks and making them not just transparent to the eye but also allowing you to paint through, which is awesome. I have not yet had the need to tinker with that, because back in the day you could like make a mask or make a opacity layer, a fill layer, opacity fill layer, and mask, set this to 100% opacity and just mask it off. So you could manually hide the mesh pieces, but you still couldn't not paint on them. So if you like had a invisible piece of mesh, so to speak, that was occluding a visible piece of mesh that you wanted to paint on, there was no real way for you to paint on the visible mesh, because the occluded mesh, or rather the opacity transparent mesh, was still in the way. It was still physically there to annoy you. And from what I heard, they have been getting rid of that. I'm not 200% on that. So if you notice me struggling with the camera a little bit, this is because of the free rotation. Very, very handy, especially when you want to paint in super weird angles. But it's a bit difficult to actually navigate. To the point of it actually being super annoying. Unless you need it, then it is super awesome to have. I also didn't have the greatest of nights, so I'm a bit struggling to keep focus and being awake. Okay, purple lights are done. So next up are the yellow lightnings. But before that, I shall take another quick break. As soon as I have decided where to put all these cables. Sorry. So this goes here, and this may rest here, and I shall return to you shortly. Okay, I have returned. I have also returned with a disappointment. It is a Twix salted caramel, and the disappointment is that it is not very salty, but caramelly, and I wanted to have the salty caramel. It's okay, but not like, whoa. Which is what I was hoping for. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I just want to have this as a fairly straight line. So when I do this, just like pull through or push through, and everyone's happy because both lines are parallel, for the most part at least. It's much like these, what was the brand, Monster Espresso, which they also offer with salted caramel or salted toffee or something like that. And they are just garbage. Like taste-wise, I'm pretty sure they wake you up, but I had one, I was super disappointed, and never bought any again. It's like, when you make salted caramel, you sort of have to try and get the salt and the caramel mixed, but not as homogeneous soup. So you still want to have pieces of salt in your caramel, that when you taste them, they blend on your taste buds, but they are not already blended when you put them in your mouth. If you know what you mean. That is like the entire appeal of salted caramel. That you have this sweet sweet caramel, this super sweet caramel taste, and then you have a chunk of salt suddenly bombarding your tongue, giving you the biggest taste explosion orgasm that you have ever had. But just being like, yeah, we have salted caramel, it's all in this paste here. It's just gross. It's not tasting like caramel, nor is it tasting any salty. It's just gross. To the point where you're like, okay, this is a disappointment, but it was super expensive, so I have to drink it. It's like going into a restaurant and paying premium money for food that just tastes like garbage. On the other hand, at least in a restaurant, you could be like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be there again, and I will definitely let the waiter know in a polite way, that the food tastes like garbage. But with stuff like energy drinks, it's just like, I guess I paid these €3 now for this overpriced ale. I mean, with the Twix, it's just like, what was it, 190, but still. Oh. At least with this Twix stuff here, we're getting at least some of that non-homogeneous. I'm probably mangling this word. Taste on your butt, but still not. I've had better. I mean, even if you make your own like salted caramel coffee, like where you just go in and use a skillet, an iron cast frying pan, and melt your own sugar down and then pour it into. Maybe you should probably pour the coffee on top of the caramel already in your cup before anything else. But yeah, even then you get like sweet salt as sort of mixed stuff. Oh, what happened here? Did I not properly converge them here? You get essentially a soup, but it still tastes somewhat like coffee and like coffee and salt and caramel. But with this, I think it was Monster Espresso something. That was just a disappointment. It was neither coffee nor caramel nor salt. It was just not bad, but for those coins, I could have almost gotten an entire kebab. Maybe a children kebab, but still. My point stands. My point stands. Whoa. That's what I wanted. So let's decrease the size a little bit. Also noticed that I've been getting quite thin here with the purple or the purple orange with this line. Maybe I should just get in here and here. Just make it thicker all together. Okay. Arm. Are you just repeating the same noises over and over again, YouTube? Or what happened here? Okay, God of the Dead is the soundtrack right now. Wow, it feels like I've been listening to this for much longer than I wanted to. Like it's a good soundtrack, but even when I'm playing this on Beat Saber, it's like 4 minutes feel like 5. I have no idea how they do that. It's a good soundtrack, and there's some specific weight to the rhythm and to the beats, but oof. Maybe I want to switch to this here instead. Actually, not the live one, this is Cosmos. Yeah, let's not go through the shuffle, let's just skip the first live one. This is Ahisa. Off of YouTube again. Because I do not have the coins to buy all the Ahisa albums. Could I maybe get faster results if I did this on flat? Is that somewhat straight? I think it is. Wow, look at this. Okay, so kind of answering my own question, since I'm still new to the streaming process here and essentially just showing my workflow and sharing my workday, although my workday does not stop when I'm done streaming, my work day stops when I go to bed. What do people do, like when they first start out, and what do they do when there's no one in chat to talk to? And the answer is, it's fucking boring! It is motherfucking boring! Like usually when I'm working, right? In my own pace, in my own, don't mind me, I'm just doing my stuff here. I do things other than just looking at the screen and doing what I'm doing here. So I would like switch to various chats every then and again, or quite frequently actually, to be honest. So like or just going to TikTok or Imgur and just watch stuff on YouTube, like Dangerously Funny, for example, is a very mean YouTube channel that is essentially just a guy playing idle games in little chunks of 15 to 20 minutes, and it's like, you know how idle games go. It says idle on the packaging or idle in the game, and then you play them and suddenly you lost 2 hours of your valuable time just looking at bars filling and tapping or clicking or doing what this idle game requires you to do in order to progress. And yeah, that's what this guy does. Nothing fancy, nothing particularly super duper interesting, but he has a nice way of conveying his way of how to enjoy the game, and it's interesting to watch him. And suddenly you got like 2 hours. 2 hours lost watching someone playing games. Or I would watch something on Amazon Prime while doing my stuff here. Granted, I sure as hell would never progress as fast as I'm doing right now, because here on stream, even though no one is currently watching, or at least I think no one is watching, let's just say it like this, I'm kind of forcing myself to focus on the stuff at hand, instead of going to the fridge every 10 minutes or doing whatever you do when you think you're alone on your PC. And so the progress off stream is much slower, even when crunching. I mean, I just yesterday managed to finish my Ministry of Science and Arcane sprite bot. The painting. Not even the blend shapes, just the painting. Granted, of course, that after the stream ends, my work day pretty much dwindles down, because then there's time when I'm like watching other streamers and moderating other streamers and stuff like that, and terrorizing them. Granted, sure, that all takes chips away majorly from being productive, no questions asked. And the time from like 17 to 22, namely from 5 PM to 10 PM, which is my bed time, is yeah, it's my bedtime. Is not as many hours as 8 hours or 7, but it's still a little bit. I am actually thinking about increasing the time by 1 hour, simply by starting earlier. Usually I would have breakfast at 9, and then before breakfast, I mean, I get up at 7, right? And then I would start my router and start my PC and immediately start the project from the day before and start doing stuff, drinking coffee, and then at about 9 or so I would start getting my breakfast together. And then on the breakfast, and while nomming the breakfast, I'm already working. Or rather, even before the first breakfast, I'm already working on this stuff. So yeah, that is how my day actually goes. The thing here is that I do not work anymore before the stream. I'm going to do this differently, maybe a little bit, to thicken out one of the other, which is, in my brain at least, 2 hours lost. Oh no! Which of course is bullshit, because in these 2 hours I'm not like super duper active, and with all the stuff going on left and right, I do take a much longer time. But yeah, it really all comes down to, if no one's around, it's fucking boring. Hello, Sonny! Yes and no. This is going to be in VR chat as soon as I'm done with it, and for anyone who wants to buy this model, it'll be available for anything. So if you are a game developer, you could go to Gumroad or ArtStation and browse assets that people already did, and you pay them, and then these assets are yours, depending on the license, and you can do games with them, like a tower defense game, for example. And have you seen this one actually? Here. This one I'm currently painting. It's the Ministry of Image. The second painting now. This is the Shadowbolts. And after the Shadowbolts is done, which is probably in just a bit, because only this one needs some yellow, and then some stripe stuff on the camera and megaphone, I'm going to add the weather layer, and that will probably be the end of the day, about the end of the day. So tomorrow we will be in Unity, hopefully, and get this thing ready for VR chat, which will probably not even take the entire day. I hope. I am hoping it's not taking the entire day, that would be great. Actually, that's the funny thing, I have not been in the industry per se. I started, or I am still just an amateur, and I started about 3-4 years ago teaching Blender to myself, using lots of YouTube tutorials, doing stuff for Second Life, and it sort of broadened up with Substance Painter here. I got some knowledge about ZBrush, which is a very awesome 3D sculpting tool. And due to me talking to people from the industry, or with some sort of industry background and watching all sorts of tutorials, I believe I've become quite good by now, hopefully. I mean, there's no telling unless someone actually comes to me and is like, yo, how do you feel working for Game X? We could use these skills. Which I, to be honest, don't think is going to happen. Yeah, I am making a few little coins, mainly with Second Life, because I just recently started doing stuff for VR chat using Unity. But it's more of a hobby, one that I became pretty nerdy at, and I do hope to expand even beyond VR chat. That would be great. So maybe someday, sometime, I get to be the lucky one. And if not, well, then so be it. The sort of saddest thing about doing stuff for Second Life is that you become everything. Like you become the modeler, you become the animator, you will be the texture artist, you will be the publisher, to some degree the scripter as well, and I cannot write source code. But thankfully there's templates for everything, or rather almost everything, so it's not super duper bad, just super inconvenient. But yeah, instead of specializing into something specific like level design, for example, is an entirely different thing from creating hero assets or creature design and doing animations for creatures, NPCs, etc. Because level design is like the thing where you get to save a lot of performance on stuff, on PCs. If you know how. If not, you're pretty much doomed. While as with hero assets, like every asset has its own UVs. But in level design it's all shared UVs, and then you have the same crates everywhere in the entire game, but they never look the same. It's just incredible how people do that. So we got this, and I will probably do that on the model. Do I have enough pixels to see that? Think like so. Yeah, and adding to all of this, I just started streaming recently, like last Thursday, I believe. So I'm at it for a week now. I think at least. Could be a little bit less, a little bit more. Not too much more though. I had a format C because I was like, okay, actually I would like to stream. I would like to stream because I'm just sitting here on my own, minding my own business and listening to music, painting away at stuff or modeling away at stuff, And I think I could maybe inspire people to pick up a creative hobby as some sort of outlet for boring life. And I could maybe get a bit into the role of a tutor, like showing people how to do things in Substance Painter and Blender and all the other stuff. Maybe ZBrush later on too, if I can muster the coins to actually pay for ZBrush again. And I had some problems with my PC back at the time, and did what you should be doing every then and again, probably. I did a Format C. And WinCunt 10, as I like to call it by now, decided to disguise my C drive as my D drive, where all my sensitive data was residing, as the C drive. So I accidentally formatted all of my drives, my 2 drives, losing my 3D stuff in the process. So everything I'm currently working on is a download from Second Life, which I had planned anyway, but it still would have been nicer to not have to download the stuff. Because no one likes working with triangulated mesh. And so, off stream, I will continue to chip away at the other sprite bot. I do indeed. Give me one moment, please. Just want to fill this one up. Should probably maybe link my Gumroad and ArtStation here. That would be nice. Maybe there's some sort of template stuff that like preloads a little bit and then cycles through stuff that I have on ArtStation. Like my portfolio, the tiniest portfolio so far. Yeah. I mean, granted, I'm still very Spartanic, and the heck are you doing, Substance Painter? You are supposed to mirror that shit. So like any sort of waiting screens and transition screens is not something that I have set up anyway. But I'm slowly getting there. Yes, one moment please. I just want to finish up filling the yellow stuff here, the yellow paint, and then I will get you a link to my ArtStation. Ah, of course you are now projecting my paintings onto this piece here because it's sort of overlapping. Yeah, aren't you a bitch? Pretty sure Substance Painter 2020 had a different behavior. could be wrong. Alright, there we go. View profile. Is that's not OBS, that's OBS. There you go. Vents. Here. So one of these is the center. I think this here. No symmetry. You have been a disappointment in the past. Let's go for this one. So yeah, the shop at ArtStation will be filled with the sprite bots as they become available and ready. Next one to see the shop will be the Ministry of Peace, which I had finished actually 2 days ago, but had to render the video for it so people could see the topology as well. I'm probably going to pack this up today after the stream and panic over if I had done everything correctly or if I'm messing up. The usual panics of publishing stuff. Wait, no, that was bullshit. I sort of need this to, or go from here to here. Can I like so? Like so. Yeah, that's better. About here. Like so, that should be. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, next project, which I'm actually going to model, like it feels like forever since I last did some real modeling, will actually be a prude, which apparently is a mix between a rabbit and a protogen. Because so far I have not seen a prude online. Neither in VR chat, not anywhere else. So like this, I believe, should be good. Yeah. Let's change positions a little bit because there, much better. Okay. So with that out of the way, got almost everything where it needs to be, so the only thing missing is the lines there. I'm going to do that. Oh, right, the yellow base. Sorry. And as soon as I'm done with that, we will switch over to Beat Saber to get my daily workout done. And after Beat Saber, it'll probably be another hour for right, making the damages. So that's the yellow base, and this is supposed to be yellow. That's good. Actually, I would like to alignment, wrap, and back to object, so I get a bit more pointier stuff going. Oh no. Where is... there it is. Alright. Wrong layer. Grill antennas. Dark purple. You do not have anything yellow. I have no idea what you are doing. At least in the grill. Pop. Tap. Black. Add paint. Boop. Okay, so about this pattern here. Let's do this. Maybe make this a little bit more like so. Nope, I don't like that angle. It's like so. Yeah. No. We would like to erase instead of painting black. I don't like the bump. Just a tiny bit thicker. I sure do hope though that when I'm starting my Beat Saber break in a bit, that the tracking will be better today than it was yesterday. Yesterday was just... it was terrible, to say the least. I really have no idea how to reliably get the tracking to always work. Also, Sonny, if you're still there, these sprite bots that I've been using in the animation in my portfolio, these are the same, but with essentially older UVs. I'm just reworking those sort of from scratch. I would like to... Ha! Awesome. Metal height. You go above the purple layer. So that wasn't so bad. Is that it for the antennas though? I think so. Yeah, those are just the dark purple, and that is this nice ziggy-zaggy, and the megaphone as well as the camera only have a light purple streak going on. One forward, the other backward. Okay. Antennas, arm and claw. It's the yellow base, yeah. So this is megaphone and camera. Can I get an F2 going? No, fine. Ah. There we go. Screw can screw itself. The yellow base. Let's grab the purple base. Grab a black mass. Actually, I want to have a white mask. That makes more sense. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is my center line, so I will be damned if I didn't do it exactly like so. Let's go there, and like so. Just let this grab a little smaller, and there. Not too bad, but not thick enough. So let's try this again. Like so. Okay, but I would like the yellow to be on top. Height. How? Bump intensity, normal range, height, position, .5. Height, position, 44. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh no. Something relatively important that I forgot. I mean, first off, had I painted with this here, I would have seen that I don't have any sharp edges. But aside from that, we are not painting on a paint layer. Add paint. Okay, now. All good things are 3, right? Or some sort of that. Come on. This and this. And that should be hardness of 1. Something pointy going here. Can I swap to the next one? Thank you. Because that was just a compilation of various different tracks that Ahisa did. But I pretty much enjoy the full tracks instead. Oh, come on. No. Thank you. Like an album teaser? Yeah, album teaser. Okay, let's just extend this into the nirvana of it. Maybe try to make this as straight as possible if I do that. That did not quite go like I had intended it. Okay. Okay, that looks good for the most part. The fuck was that? One? No, I do not wish to search for one. I wish to enter search. Enter the hotkey of one. So I may. Fuck you! No! God damn it. And that is how you argue with your programs. Did it help? No. Was it fun? Probably. Motherfucking cunts. Okay, pretty. Wait, how did I? How was the UV map looking? I think it was something swooped, curved, cursed. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, let's just do it like so, and I'm pretty sure that on the original I've done some prettier stuff. Right, I don't even need the symmetry because. What is this? Ahisa Live? I don't want to listen to your live stuff. It's probably very interesting to watch Ahisa build up their stuff from the ground up. But just for like listening to it, it's not what I desire right now. So, let's do it like so. Thick paint. Oi! No, I do not wish to see the controls. Thick paint. Okay, and we do have the same over here, just like somewhat different. Wasn't that a fairly straight sort of texture? Is it maybe easier if I of course went with a smaller brush? Probably. Let's poke this here in. And you go all the way around. And you just balance this line right to the end, like so. Balanced, and you bounce, you dance. Dancing on the line. Okay. Oh, I totally butchered this one. There we go. Done. Oh, finally. Okay. So now that we established the Shadowbolt colors, let's grab a... actually want to grab a white mask and then invert the generators and invert all the other stuff that we are putting into this white mask here. But Control S. Saving project, because now we will go into a different program for some moments, seconds. Oh god, stretching. Oh. Okay, and before Steam VR is complaining, or rather telling me that I probably should close this, let's do this. So let's keep this here saved, and no menus found, close it too. Substance Painter Beat Saber. There we go. Okay, so give me a little moment while I prepare myself and everything else for the beatings of the sabers, and then we shall see each other in a minute and have some fun, play some games. Boop boop. Awesome. Probably already hearing me yelling over the microphone. Yelling. Today we will be playing with the knuckles, because this is just how awesome they are. Good. I would actually love to ask for a ball if and myself, of course, an avatar, which will be one of your movies. That would be great. So that is then please. Oh, I forgot something very important. This one. Okay, that sort of felt like it's a bad start, to be honest. Oh, I forgot to turn this one on. There we go. Let's just strap them in. Desktop 2. And just like so. So when I'm reading this out, let's see, 87%, 78%, right, we are reading this differently. So, let's go. Shouldn't be too difficult, hopefully, let's see. Oh, I entirely forgot to change my stuff. Oh.
Oh wow, thank you. Motherfucker. And here I was wondering where my sabers went. Well, apparently, into the Nirvana. Wait, where's my... Oh, there, okay. Yeah, so that's your shtick, your spiel. Okay, I don't trust you anymore. Okay, okay. So I already did play you. When did I play you, though? And why are you not... I mean... I'm confused. 46... 46... Right, I totally missed something here. Desktops. I would like to have a keyboard. Toggle dark mode, add a view. Oh, that's interesting. Pure Ref, Beat Saber, Ahisa, Sugarful, whatever. No keyboard? Fine. In that case, I'll just do this. It's pretty. Beat Saber and done. Oh. Well. There we go. What time is it? It is still time. Let's see. I think that had some very weird patterns. I'm not too sure about this. Oh yeah, please. Loose tracking. Every day something new and something different. I fucking hate you too. Wait, that's it? Ah, great. Okay. Nope. Oh, that was mean. Oh. Oh, okay. Did I kick something that I shouldn't have been? Oh. 22:45. That's shouldn't be so difficult. Or not anymore, at least. I mean, 17 is quick, but it's not like super duper. Let's see how long I'm going to put up with the controller losing the tracking, because that's super annoying. And even though I have been painting the entire day, I do not feel like I deserve this break too much. In other words, darling, kiss me. Here's my heart in arms, with two strings of fire. You don't measure. That was... Wow, So replaying the games of the tracks of old is like, I cannot believe I struggled there. So with this one I had a 22 something with no fail being engaged, but I didn't clock the no fail. You would be seeing that on the little bar. Woo! 6824. Let's see. Yeah, that's... I didn't want to play with that setting. What? I'm not seeing anything. Oh, now. Yeah, that was tracking at its finest. And I kind of think that Windows thought that it was a great idea to maybe just reboot the USB drive, or USB drivers more specifically. Because just right now nothing worked, but I also told Windows to not fucking make any sound because I'm still pissed at the cunt. Yeah. Hello Blue and welcome back. How has your day been? Where have you been? All this time leaving me alone, Blue, how could you? It was so bored. Okay, I'm fine now. Okay, and I will sing to this song. It'll be like Macaron Chacaron. Haha! Awesome. I don't care. Walk up. When I wait, I'm gonna be the man who belongs to you. When I'm go out, then I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. When I drink up. And I don't wanna be, I'm gonna be the man who gets along with you. And I'm dread up. And I don't wanna be, I'm gonna be the man who takes the train with you. And I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who 1,000 miles to go up. And I'm gonna be the man who's talking down to you. And I'm sorry. And I'm gonna to you. And I'm gonna be the man who jumbles onto you. And I'm gonna be the man who grows old with you. And I would walk 500 miles and I 500 more to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to go down the door. Fies. Go. And I know I'm gonna be the man who totally does it too. And I'm singing, and I'm gonna be the man who talk to you. And don't you out. I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. And I'm straight go. That's who I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. I'm gonna be the man who's coming home. And I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to go down at your door. Would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to go down at your door. This is what you get. Well, what do you mean it was painful? What did you do? What happened? I mean, I sort of figured that something happened because you would usually just be there because you're at work and usually have nothing better to do than hanging up with me. Oh, that's a bit too fast. I need some water. Oh yeah, the USB devices all did reset. Fine. So 2 more songs. I'm holding up my hand here. 2 more songs. This will be one of them, and then we will stop Beat Saber for today because my PC just decided being a cunt. night and walked a tough and window open wide. Later tried and took a step outside. No time to turn back, time to roll the painful rise. They turn to turn back, time to return to the life, fly to the sea, far across the sea, or the burning star, or when the chest once more, the chest of wonders, seen through the eyes of the one we dear heart, once all of the night. Once it is upon the burst of folly, this right which is what it is. Fly to the dreams far across the sea of the burning skull, or when the chest once more, our chest of wonders, seen through the eyes of the one we dear heart, once all of the night, fly to the dream far across the sea of the burning star, or when the chest once more, the chest of wonders, seen through the eyes of the one we dear heart, once all of the night. Oh shit. Are you feeling better now at least? Like on the pills and that really doesn't sound too pleasant. So you had to go through all of this. Do you have any idea of from what it could have, like what the issue could have been, maybe? Okay, let's see. So last one. Four minutes and 15. No. Tiny. 21:53. Oh, that's awesome! Sorry. Okay, that's 3 minutes. No, I am not able to make these 3 minutes. I will take a very, very brief pee-pee break. Oh, is it strawberry weeks? I'll be right back. I need to take a break. Good week. Okay. Well, that was pleasant. Just setting the thing on was just like, yo, brah, did you know? Oh, Katamari Damacy would be nice too, though. Okay, maybe I'm playing 2 songs because I'm pretty sure I'm feeling a bit like playing this song here. As soon as I set my headset on correctly again and can see everything. Maybe like so. So yeah, is it like strawberry weeks or shark weeks or however you want to call them? Oh shit! Really? Okay. I would like to restart this because I would like to beat my old record. Which hopefully isn't too difficult. Well, here goes that. Why do I perceive these colors as so fucking... Labyrinth don't tell you how take you holiday. Follow the other. Don't take you, turning it to right. Don't take you holiday. Follow the other. Don't take take her right to right. Diary Roger. I find these colors to be incredibly difficult to discern on the... I wonder why. I'm not colorblind, but that is weird. There's also some interesting patterns to go with. Ah! My face! It's itching! Okay. You're not in my dream. Dark, Charlotte noisy. Dark, not in my voice. Not it guided a slabbish boy. You don't tell you how to you over there. Follow the other. Don't tell you how to cool a day. Calling it to work. You don't tell you how to kill a day. Follow the other. Take you take her right to right, Larry Roger. Okay, that was actually very stressy. That was stressy. Ow. Yeah, how about just like taking a very, very sharp knife and putting all the Kamistat you can find onto your belly and just cutting this out, and then just super gluing it shut. Yeah, super gluing it shut. Okay. I'm also going to die in this song. Yeah, because of that shit. La 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 katama la 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 la. Let's see how my biggest combo is like. What? Okay. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. Oh shit. New high score. What do you mean might look cool? Like when you're cutting yourself open and then you're removing the thing that makes you feel pain, and then just using simple sewing stuff to just close it off again. Yeah, pretty sure that could be an awesome conversation starter when you're like walking just in a top, like tank top, or just anything belly free. I think Lyko and Shin would love this map. Okay, as promised though, that's it. Exit VR. I don't.
controller is currently recording. If it made any weird noise, please do a clip. I would love to hear that. If it didn't, that's fine too. RIP. Are you okay? Are your ears still intact? I'm sorry, I have no idea what happened there. However, we will do the usual routine, which means I will restart Substance Painter right here, and fuck you. Send to recent files, Ministry of Image, and we still have to do some. We still have to paint some damages onto this cutie here, which I'm pretty sure we might actually be able to do. I will grab some, brew some coffee and grab a smoky, and I will see you in about like 15-ish minutes. So let's God, I really do not like this chair anymore. Paint this. I'm even going for some color today. Do you still have this fancy? No, you don't. Why do I even bother asking? What about? Wait, no. Give me this here. Was it this? Yeah. What? The usual, the routine. BRB. Coffee. Buregu des. There we go. I want you to chill and relax, so you don't have to do any sort of 10 minutes writing that I will be back, because apparently we are the only ones right now. Be back in about 15 minutes. Let's see, that is about 15:30-ish. I mean, if you want to, I will not stop you. I could, but I don't want to. So, I'll be right back, grab something to do things with, and then I'll be right back with you. also just noticed something missing. This here. There. Much better, right? Okay. Be right back. Okay, here we are. Back again. Let's turn the music down again. There we go. Okay. Don't save. So did you update back to painting? I just finished. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Texture set. Chip. Okay. Let's continue with this little bugger. Yeah, coffee's way too hot, so it needs to cool down before I do anything of that. Marb. I think I used this one here. Invert. What? Oh! I didn't mean to do that. Let's add this here. Add a fill layer, grayscale marb. I don't think I need this one here close. No need to save. Also definitely want to have this here on. And wait, no. That goes here. This is active and you need a black mask. For UV chunk. Actually don't remember. I think I would like it like so. Yeah. And here we go. So, aside from monthly cramps, how has your day been, Blueberry? Try planar, so it's being projected from all the sides. Crank this up to 3. Oh. What the? Motherfucker. Balance. I think I cranked that one up almost all the way. Contrast. Okay. So did you at least... Oh yeah, right, you said that you are home now. That's good. Welcome back, Lyco. Did you arrive safely at your destination? Music? Oh, you're another live one. No, I don't want to hear your live performances. There we go. Add a generator. We want to have a 3D linear thing. What do you mean no one is there? Where are they? Take this position. Huh. That's interesting. So you essentially arrived there and you said that you would be there and they just didn't care to tell you that they won't be there? Okay, you have some stars at least. Wow, that's quite the cunt move. That is indeed quite the cunt move. That's like something that you would do in your childhood. And be like, oh, I have this friend I don't really like, what do I do? And then you're just like, yeah, I'm going to just invite them over and then pretend to not be there. Like childish demeanors. Actually give me the mask view, please. Hide rough metallic. Guess normal mask. There we go. Yeah, that's better. And this one was set to screen. I still have no exact idea what these blending modes here do. Well, at least now you can like poo into their shoes. Yeah, do it! Poop into their shoes. And then you tilt the shoe so that the poop just rolls right into the compartment of the toes, so they don't see it right away. And then you do some sort of deodorant or whatever to mask the scent. Pretty sure your niece will appreciate the laugh. Then she'll be like, wait a moment, I know whose idea that probably was. No, that feels way too hard for Drinky. Drinky. I mean, if you currently don't feel like pooping, you could also just use what did I put there? Chocolate pudding. But then use shoes that are like only worn once in a while. Missing chips. So when they get to wear it, it's going to be all gross. What? Oh, right there. But now you're here. At least there's something, so while you are alone, you can at least be maybe around your friends. At least I do hope that we are friends and not just I have nothing else to do, so what do? I guess I'm going to visit some people and chat with them. That would be sad too, for everyone involved. I do not like the spacing. There we go. It's actually hoping to what the? No. Why would it do that? So first off, this belongs exactly in the center of everything. Yeah, sadly we can't like put people in real life in timeout. That would be great. You are now in timeout, and then they just sit there with their mouth just like sealed shut, like this scene in Matrix when they interrogate Neo. Ooh. Well, at least you have something to be happy about when you return to work tomorrow. If you're able to go tomorrow, that is. And don't worry, I know from experience that chocolate, even though it's not sealed in, will take quite a long time to actually decompose. I was actually hoping to maybe entice the soda that I know into the Twitch chat here, but apparently she also has different other things to do. So no real Australian around. Unless she's already tuning in, but not saying anything because she's shy. Now grinning and giggling like a mad girl. Oh, okay. Right, and if you open tomorrow, you're being fined, right? Because how dare you opening your shop? Ooh. It's already 15th year? Rah, awesome. That's so weird though. Like, imagine your boss would be like, you don't work today. Go home. Or I will press charges. But as soon as you're your own boss and have a local shop, you're like, may I please go to work today? No? Damn it. Such bullshit. It's like as if a small shop could be any sort of... Yeah, I mean that's a different matter, but like if the employee isn't sick and you're like perfectly fine and you're just like, no, if you come to work today I will press charges. Go home, or I will eat you once you are better again. Because right now you look like shit. And I don't eat shit. That's true. I actually don't know, but how much shit is Subway compared to McDonald's or Burger King? I mean, it doesn't look like shit, but I don't know if it is. So it'll be more like, go home, or I will eat your face once you're back again. But right now, you look like McDonald's shit. And I don't eat McDonald's shit. Oh, okay. Actually, I thought that their sandwich bread was good. So it's just like cake, essentially. Okay. So, like, are you proposing that we move over to where Blue lives, and then we start in the shop that she has, with Blue as the boss and we being the employees? Would that actually be realistic? Like at the current time, how realistic is this? Oh, that is the wrong color. That's somewhat bullshit. That's okay. Like, how realistic is it that you can actually that your shop currently has enough income to have another 2 employees working in this weird glide zone thing for 450 to 800 and 450 and 1 cent to what was it, 850? Ah yes, coffee. Of course. God damn it. So you do have the financial resources to actually be able to hire 2 more people. And mini chopper would be like just 440 euros, or the fancy contract? I think I want to add much more missing chips over here. Okay. So 1 more to the one that you already have. Yeah, I guess with like, I don't want to hear compilations. I guess with having friends working in your shop, it's like, yes, they are your friends, but as long as as soon as they are like stepping into the shop as an employee, working under you, they shouldn't have this standard of, because you are my friend, I will overlook this super duper shit thing you just did to that customer that was not justified. It's like you have to be quite tough with them as well, as if they were not your friends. Also called homie service. Although homie service would be like me spending 3 weeks on an avatar for you and not being paid. That would be homie service. Though I'm actually not even sure if I would actually take 3 weeks for a full avatar in VR chat. Be something to maybe find out in hopefully some sort of near future. Although I do have to make up my mind about any sort of pricing. So if I was like, okay, I need 1 entire week, 7 weekdays to finish the job of an avatar for VR chat. Yeah. Yeah, I believe so. In order to fully support a freelancer lifestyle, I would have to price every avatar that I take a week for €500. But that would only work out if I had enough people waiting in line to actually be like, okay, I can definitely get a half year passed, or I can pass half a year because of the people that are currently waiting. I take 1 week for 1 avatar. 1 week is €500, so 2,000 a month means I have 1,000 for myself and 1,000 for insurances and government and stuff. At least in a roundabout theory. I mean, just realistically speaking. I mean, if it was like, okay, imagine we would get this what's the name? This income that you just get without having to adhere to any weird rules or whatever. What was the name of that? Bedingungsloses Grundeinkommen. I forgot the English term of it. If that was the case, then this money would actually cover every insurance, and it would be like, okay, we got all of your insurances covered for you without any problems, and unconditional basic income. Yeah, exactly, unconditional basic income, or just unconditional income, something like that. Let's stick to unconditional basic income. And they would be like, okay, listen, we are paying for the insurances, no problem, and we also give you, I don't know, let's start small. How about they are paying for all the insurances, and you get an additional €500 per month. If that already was the case, then I could price my avatars, the work that I do, much lower, because I don't want to become rich, and I do not need a lot of money to sustain my lifestyle. So that would leave 500 euro that I would like to have on top of that. 500 through divided by 4, 250, 125. I mean, that would maybe be a bit much. Let's say 200. So that's 800 a month on top of the 500 that I already get. Makes 1,300 euro. That would be great. That would be way more than I need. Like, way more, but a lot more than I need. But, as we all know, that's never gonna happen. Hmm? Yeah, no. I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, it's the same for me. Back in the day, when I was a bit more active in the furry fandom, it was like it's perfect English. Back in the day, when I was still in the furry fandom, I had some ideas for commissions, and I didn't have the money for it. It's not like that I don't want to pay, I just couldn't. And now I don't have any commission ideas, so that's out the window. No need to pay if I have no ideas anyway. So that's going to be the bigger chips anyway, because all of that up here will pretty much be gone, but I'm not sure if I... Also, don't fuss over your English too much. You're doing very well. And I'm not saying this because I want you to feel good. I'm saying this because I mean it. Wait, that's the scale of that. Image inputs finished. There was another scale here. How about we decrease this a little bit? Yeah, that's better. I also would like you to replace the normals. Much better. And I would also like you to replace the height. I know we talked about this briefly yesterday, but the thing is, if you don't use English, you will never learn it. You can read 100 books, but that's not making your English magically better. You have to use it and surround yourself with the language. And me, I'm doing this for fun. And because I would like to reach a broader audience. And since I can do both languages fairly well, I will do a project swap, so every second project will be a different language. Well, I only have two at my disposal, but you know what I mean. So that will be like so. I think I maybe want to revisit this once I put in the cracks and stuff. In the previous version I had this rusty and not metallic, but I feel like this galvanized metal doesn't really rust. So there's that. You will just get some big ass cracking going on. Let's see. No, I would like to cracks. Actually, let's call this edge and crack. Edge and crack. What the? That's awesome. Edge and cracks. Nani? Yeah. Add a missing chip maybe right here, and then move on to some more interesting brushes and patterns and shit. Nah, that's bullshit. So I do understand you fairly well without any issues. There are some hiccups here and there, but those hiccups are not huge. They're just some hiccups. And the funny thing is, I do hiccups too. I am misplacing words, I am mispronouncing words, but I sort of learned. Not the hard way. I just learned that no one can actually talk. Like, if you're talking with normal people in English, they will use their English as their mother tongue, but every now and again they're like, oh, wait a moment, I can speak. And then they go on and look, oh, wait a moment, that's I can English. Just give me a moment. I need to sort my tongue, because that's just it just happens. It happens to everyone. I don't notice anything of in your English writing. So yeah, let's keep the chips and now the edges. Gimme brush. Gimme brush. Gimme brush like this, and I'll make it smaller. You are quite aggressive today. Why are you so aggressive? Why do you have a spacing of 9, you fucking cunt? You are supposed to have a spacing of like 50 or something. If I remember correctly, that is your default. Wow. Or am I mixing up the brushes now? Oh, those are the same brushes but with different settings. Is it? Kyle's concept brushes, Crazy Cracks 2, Photoshop ABR brush, unsupported features. Texture, dual brush. Okay. Crazy Cracks and Crazy Cracks 2. Motherfucker. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. So let's get this nice and crackly in here and a bit more crackly up there. Like so. And a lot more crackly up here. Oi. Yeah, also the reason why some people speak a foreign language better when they are drunk is that they stop filtering. They finally do what they should have been doing all the fucking time and stop fucking thinking about, oh my god, hopefully I don't make any mistakes. The other person will laugh at me if I do mistakes, and that's bullshit. I mean, it should be. I mean, you said yesterday that I pretty much can be one of those people that are laughing too. And yeah, I don't mean to, but sometimes it's just like, does it really have to be right now? I don't want to. Why does it sound like garbage? But your English, albeit not perfect, is not garbage. And if it comes to a some sort of, I don't know, emergency situation, no one cares as long as you are capable of. Hey, brush bigger. There we go. As long as you're capable of conveying what you want using your hand and feet, it's going to be fine. New York. That is quite some time, quite some kilometers away. Have you ever met in real life? Or was it like, I don't know, let's say, youth romance? Nice. The typical stuff you say when you're young and inexperienced, and you're like, oh, we're going to move together, it'll be so beautiful. Ah, okay. I mean, nothing wrong with meeting people on the internet and then meeting in real life as well. A lot of my relationships were like this. First meet on the internet, and then, hey, this is actually, at least online, it's working out. How about we take it one step further? And then we did, and it worked out for a couple of months, and then it was like, well, youth. Oh, okay. Did he want to live in Germany? At least? Microphone, I want a drink. I do not appreciate you keeping my coffee away from my mouth. I mean, leaving your hometown and moving into a different town is already scary enough. I can imagine how scary it must be thinking about, oh my god, what if I actually move to New York? When I did the animation of the sprite bots here last year, or was it 2 years too? I don't even remember. Been some time. This animation was actually made for an application for an animation studio in Vancouver, Canada. And I was like, okay, I'm going to put in all the effort and all the brain juice that I can muster. And within 3 weeks I made it and rendered it a couple of times, because every time I tried to render it, something went wrong and it took forever and but like the scariest thing about this application, aside from my mental battles that I had during the creating of this animation, was like the scariest thing that could happen is like, bruh, we want you. Like, what are you gonna do? You're like, nah, I was just kidding. Just sending in a fake application. Don't mind me. Please take someone else. Or are you actually able to forget your fears and follow through? And you're like, awesome. I'm going to move to Canada, Vancouver. That shit is fucking scary. I don't think I like this here going on. Music? In the middle of a track, you fucking dimwit. Yeah, and these days it's actually super scary to just consider moving to a different town. Like, in order to actually... Yeah, but that's the thing though. Like, what happens if something goes wrong? Yeah, that is scary, but... I mean, what does happen when something goes wrong? Like, what's the worst case scenario? I mean, we are in Germany. There's the worst case scenario is you tucking tail and moving back. Probably. Like, my worst case scenario would be moving back in with my mother, which would definitely be a downgrade to my current state, but it's not like the worst thing, to be honest. I do not like this stuff that's going on here. I would like this to be... Yeah, that's better. I like this more. Missing chips, edge and cracks. I mean, that's where my family would come in handy. I mean, I do have it. Pretty much for a reason like this. Do I want to just maybe erase what's going on here? I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, let's take a big eraser to this. Magic! That's what they show you in most of the commercials. They just use a structured eraser. But like, me not having friends is... I don't know, I mean, personally I'm actually pretty used to this. I mean, my bond with Laiko essentially just started becoming better with him, or better, tighter. Let's just say tighter. Started becoming tighter with him being a VTuber and me knowing about it. And then actually, essentially me raiding him on New Year's Eve. Like, literally me going down New Year's Eve and be like, yo, sup bro! already being a bit drunk, but that wasn't an issue. We both were. Nice few hours. No. Yes. So let's maybe see if I can. Yeah. I mean, I did ask. I don't know how. Right, I think it all sort of started when I decided to step away from Second Life and into VR stuff. And so I asked him if over the course of Christmas he could part with his VR stuff. Turned out he had two of those, the Oculus and the Oculus Rift and the Oculus Rift S. And then we kind of got talking, and then he said, yeah, he's a VTuber and stuff like that. And I was like, that's interesting. I could probably do something with this avatar if you want me to. And it kind of went from there, so to speak. Do I like this? Actually, no, I don't, because if I do it like so on this here, I would technically have to do it over here too, because there's no reason why I have big chunks here and small chunks here on the same ground material, right? Yeah, pretty much. And then I met more crazy people on the internet. Who would have thought? Okay, let's go back to the missing chips and just kill some shit on there with this one and so, and just a bit of this, and then we get into the edge stuff that's missing. Ooh, is that spiritual core? Physical emotion. God, I love this track. Here, have some really nice for at least 30-ish minutes. See you later. I do hope that you're not catching too much of an echo here. So I kind of wanted my voice to be on par with the music, just for those few tracks, because they're so awesome! there, and yes, the music is louder. The fuck are you doing? Could you be so fucking kind and stop? Okay, let's do it like so then. That's fair. I'm just vibing and whistling. That's like Ahisa's album, where all of my favorite tracks that Ahisa created so far are in one continuous play, and it's just So that should be Anhedonia. And that's still physical emotion. Logical stimulus, physical emotion. Digitalis, yeah. Followed by Anhedonia, Alexithymia, Lupinius, and then something I have no idea how to pronounce because it's Kanatana. Kanatana? Yes, it is Digitalis. Actually, wee 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 wee. Link alert! Link alert! Wee wee wee. Let's crack up. Let's get that shit gone. Anhedonia. Always be with you. Always. Ah, that slip. Ah, motherfucker. Lupinius? Let's take a look. That should actually be Alexithymia. Unless I underestimated the length of the individual tracks. I don't care, still vibing. That looks pretty scuffed up. Oh, sweet. Let's increase that a little bit more and go over these edges here. Anedonia? Ah. Seems I've been lying to you. I'm almost sorry. I think this is Anedonia. The Digitalis one from before, where she where there was whispers in the track, is the one that I sort of thought about, like, because of the name. I do link this together with some Digimon stuff. I'll always be with you. So pretty, so pretty. What did I just do? The fuck is this? Show height manipulator. Yeah. How about fucking no? Do my fishies require some starsies? There, my guppies, jump! Feed upon the stars. Boy. Is that pen already giving in? That would be super duper annoying. It's not even been 8 hours now. Are you cheating the Wow. Every one of you has a small dick now. Cheaters have small dicks. That's what you get for cheating. what you get. So I will ruin all of your cheaty jumps. Oh, you are cheating. You are cheating the, what's it called, the repeat thingy. Yeah, but you were cheating the repeat, what was it called, the repeatometer. Yeah, usually you can only jump every 30 seconds because it's the exclamation mark jump. But when you write something after exclamation mark jump, you are cheating the don't write the same stuff every all the time rule. That is like apparently not skippable, because I don't think I activated that rule in the Nightbot. Spam prevention, that's the term. Yeah. I'm just making fun, don't worry about it. I'm just making fun. Still, you now have a small dick. You now shall be cursed with small dick syndrome, because you have been cheating spam prevention. Also, one of the hiccups that you just made, Blue, the past form, the easier past form of show is showed. So someone showed you how to do this. When you add the S, it is essentially saying that someone shows you something right this moment. No need to learn the irregular verbs, because that's just bullshit. It'll naturally develop that you know what to use when. You don't need to apologize, don't worry, don't worry. I mean, I did say that I'm going to correct you today. And or rather nudging you into the right direction with your English. If you don't want to, please tell me, because I understand you just fine, and so will everyone else who speaks English. Oh, apparently I forgot one of the mark sharps here. Just noticing the shading. Maybe this one here too that looks a bit round. Interesting. So yeah, don't sweat it. A lot of language stuff will come naturally to you when you use it and when you have interest in learning it. There's no need, absolutely no need to beat yourself over it. Actually, there's this song. This alexithymia is a mental condition. Sadly, I forgot which mental condition it actually is. If I remember correctly, it has something to do with you not feeling your feelings, or not being aware that you have feelings or emotions. But that is better off Googled and then explained, because I really don't quite remember. I do know that after reading this, I did feel some sort of tether to it. As in, I'm reading this and it's doing something with me. Back when I was still seeing my cognition behavior therapist, CBT, when I was still in CBT. But I don't quite remember what it was. Alexithymia. Just like Alexa, but Alexi. And then themia from themian, the spice that you put in your foods. So Alex is eating themia. Yeah, you don't have to remember next time you use it. It's just now that you've heard it, there's a chance that maybe your English recognition center that you are building in your brain may remember, and it'll be like, wait a moment, we had that before. That's not entirely correct. No, that's total bullshit. These corners right here are actually way too protected to have any sort of wear. However, what is not protected from wear is that shit right here. Are you still? No, you're on the object. Okay, good. So if I do this, it will also wrap around this here. Yes. Generally speaking, you will learn a lot faster if you stop putting energy into punishing yourself. Yeah, so this is fine. So damage would be about like here, and on top probably like so too. Certainly more on the front, and like down here. It's pretty stupid that this lens is still okay, but that apparently is like indestructible magic shit. Oi! Cunt. Okay. Let's see. So the stuff that still needs to be roughed up is down here. The corners and sharp edges all have their edge wear. At least for the most part. You are already pretty broken. So let's make you bigger and increase the spacing. So the space between each dot is now like so, and maybe turn off the mirror too and take a pee break. A wee pee break. Be right back. And so I have returned to the land of the creepy night. Turn this So there, that should be much better for your ears. Okay, it is 17:01. So what we have to do is just adding some more brush strokes about here. Maybe I should actually do this with my tablet and not just with the mouse. And then I have to add some more finer scratches, and then the damage is done. Ha! The damage is already done. You're already dead. Oh, what was the Fist of the North Star? You're already dead. Well, they sort of try to sound angry. Did they try to sound angry or just like, I don't know. It was a weird era for voice actors and anime as well. The old 1990s. Oh right, I also have to do the streaks. Okay, so I'm not entirely done, but for the most part, I'll set some shit right here and there. I need a bigger spacing though. You do have a rotation jitter, right? Yeah, angle jitter. Let's increase that and increase the size jitter as well. So increasing that means that the size variation is higher, going by this size here, so my brush size. Some more marks here and there. Oh, I forgot these edges here. Fuck! Right, yeah. Let's go here and there and press L for symmetry. Yeah, there it is, the symmetry. So, what are your plans for the evening, Blueberry? Do you think you're capable of doing the stream this evening? It's in 3 hours. Oh, the spacing is a bit much. Stardew! Yeah. So the stream is going to happen. Stardew. With the shin and the shoe and the blue and the... How could I mangle Lyco to fit into the pattern now? The shin, the shoe, the blue and the ko, as Darrod put it. Oh no, there's a second ko. Yeah, that should be fine now. The gen? The shin, the shoe, the blue and the gen? Ooh. The gen, the shin, like Genshin. And then blue shoe? Genshin blue shoe? Genshin blue shoe? know, right? I are smart. I are car. I go vroom vroom. Let's get you down to. I want to do the this one here first. The big scratches. Is this a live one again? Is this a live one? Yeah, it's a live one. No, not Hades. Not live. There we go. So make it thick, don't make it random. No warp details, crank this one up. The heck? What is this? Do we have angle jitter here? Angle jitter goes down. Thank you. Let's do, or is it 4? And like so. Yeah, that is perfect. Use 1 to go back to here, and there we go. Maybe I should turn down the spacing. And black mask. Let's purpose there. Do an anchor. Damage. Maybe I should hit this M button. Damage. And doop. Wait. Add a fill. Fill. Boop, boop, boop. Bam. And now I can go back into edge and cracks. Yeah. And maybe change this. Change this. There we go. Change the shit. Some little stuff right here. Welcome back, Shin. We have just been talking about you. Only the worst parts, though. So, this evening we have Stardew Valley being played by Genshin Shublu. Motherfucker. I did have the mirror on. Whatever. Genshin Shublu. Let's get rid of this here again and do some more stuff with this brush here, base, amount 3 different lengths, length random, somewhat like so, and a little bit of a position jitter. Spacing higher, like so maybe. That's a bit much. Too much here. Welcome back, Leica. Are you still home alone? Or did people finally started to show up? Oh wait, there's stuff on this side here too. Well, but that would be quite silly, would it not? Like you would probably like drive back and then drive back again tomorrow for the birthday party? Yeah, it's probably accurate. Accurate. Yeah, I'm just, of course. I mean, if you feel like driving home, then by all means. Oh, okay. By all means, then drive home. What was it, 1.5 hours that you need? Pretty sure your niece would understand. Okay, so about 2 hours to be here again, and then probably like half an hour to put everything back. So if you make the decision and you want to be back for the stream at 20, you would probably have to flip a coin now, so you don't have to rush stuff. Oh, did they fill you up with some fresh blood too? Sounds like. Gasoline is becoming about as expensive as or was it ink, liquid for the printer? 80 fucking euro. Wow, that is not very cheap. Okay, that should be all now. So we only have to do the light scratches. Would you be... why aren't you... scratches? I'm pretty sure that a lot of artists would just start labeling their fucking layers if the program they are using would like prompt them to insert something there instead of just leaving it like layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, layer 5. And then stuff like, yeah, which layer did I put this on again? What is the layer that I'm looking for? I only got 100 to browse through. Would probably solve itself pretty quickly. Maybe. It would maybe solve itself pretty quickly. So, scrat. Scrat. There we go. And I'm just going to leave this brush exactly like this, and I'm just going over, adding them willy-nilly everywhere where I can reach and where I cannot reach. But yeah, like, ultimately, it's your call. Pretty sure that your niche would understand. Fuck. But if you do so, I suggest flipping a coin now, so you don't have to rush anything if you want to participate in the Genshin Shublu Stardew. Oh, I think this is Kreuzer. Is it Kreuzer? No, this is Grimm. Grimm is awesome too. Like, listen to this. Listen to this. Actually, here, like, listen to this, like so. This one, this one, and... oh, wow, that was gross. About here, I think, screens. Ah. I actually don't know when you arrived. I can tell you that I have no feeling for time whatsoever, because I thought this takes 3 hours. Just gotta love some. Oh, it's still not done. Oh, that's a 5-minute song. Okay. Length random. Do a little bit of a position jitter. I am getting hungry though. Okay, that's better. Yeah. Except for maybe here. There we go. I was saddened actually by the fact that most Beat Saber maps from Ahisa are so fucking fast that you just cannot vibe. Yeah. Yeah, come back home. And do leave some poop in their shoes. And don't forget to scream. No one can hear you. In their house, right? Except for Freya. But you'll be fine. Okay, so this is awesome. I managed to do everything I wanted to do, even though it's a bit on time. So that's going to be great. One more. Okay. There we go. Perfection. And we only need to do this once because this is a white mask, and in this white mask I'm just going to add a fill layer, and this fill layer will be filled with the damage anchor. So if I now do this, it's going to calculate lots of shit. And then I can just turn this one off, and we have a very damaged Shadowbolts. Just like so. The only thing... Next one, please. Kinetic dance. The only thing that I actually need to do now is raising the color height of what is it? Camera. You could move. You go here. You come here. Purple base. I don't even remember. I think the first, like the yellow base. No, the purple base. Purple base height. So the color is above the rust, just like so, and that should actually... Alright, there's a few more pieces where I need to raise the color above the rust. Okay, yellow is on top of purple, so that's fine. That's for the body. The grill? How's the grill looking? I have no idea. Here's the fill height. Okay, now the color is definitely above the rust. Antennas. And the one single dish. Okay, I can see that the yellow is above. Yeah, I believe both is above the galvanized metal. And for the megaphone, fill needs height. Let's bring you around. What happens when I just raise this? Perfect. So yellow is still on top of the purple, and both colors are now above the rust. Now, the only thing that I need to actually take care of, or rather, shall not forget, you get a black mask, and of course you grab the fill. No, I said fill, right? Fee. Fill, grayscale, anchor, damage. And now we have a scuffed Shadowbolts here too. Because anchors allow you to do fancy stuff like this. So this damage anchor here takes everything that is down here and squeezes it into this here, and every time I use a fill layer that is tethered to this anchor damage here, damage anchor, it'll project everything on, which can get super stressy if you are using a lot of anchors and you are like painting on the lowest, and then it's anchored and anchored and anchored up through various things, because you can do a lot with anchors, not just this here. One stroke may cause your graphics card to calculate shit for some time, may happen, but for this here it's pretty easy. And I can leave this anchor active by just adding another fill layer and calling this Damage off, setting this to entirely white, and now I can just switch the damage on and off, just like so. And now everyone who is working with this file can actually do something with this shit here. Fill does not need to be deactivated, and just damage on, damage off, damage on, damage off. Magic! And this is the time where I can place my graphics tablet to the side and just do some exporting. Probably exporting once or twice, but it's gonna work. Okay, let's see. So I would like to export exactly this here. Control Shift E. 3D stuff, Unity, sprite boards, Ministry of Image is not yet here. Wait, textures. Ministry of Image is right here. Oi. We are in Unity, yes. This is the Shadowbolts. Boop. Yes, choose this. This is fine too. I only need the body, so just click drag. I love it when programs allow this. It's just so convenient. And go. Export. So now we have the Ministry of Image. Alright, the Ministry of Image is the mesh or the project. The mesh. Then we have the material name, image, and then we have the material name is image body, and then we have base color, roughness, metal, normal height. I do not need more. Next one. Shrinks. Back. Shadowbolts old. Choose. Export. Close. Close this. Make this visible. Ba-ba. Ba-ba. Ba. Right. Different folder. More files. This is rarity. Rarity. Export. Schlorp. That was pretty much bullshit. So this is rarity, and this here is rarity after waking up. Rarity old. There we go. So everything is exported now, and we can close the shit for today. Actually, I didn't even need to export the height map at all. Ah, whatever. Interesting. Okay. By the way, when I was stumbling across the name of this song yesterday, I actually found it today. It was sort of right in front of my nose. Toodaloo. It is Who Knows, and Forever Free Brony was working with this or on this song. So right now I am just going to rate someone. Let's see. Let's take a look here. So we have Frost Meow Cappuccino Fleck or Selfie. I guess. I guess I could maybe raid Kapu or Frost. Flip a coin if you want to join. Ruined King, what are you playing? Legends. A League of, oh, okay, so Kapu is playing a Ruined King, League of Legends story, and Frost is doing something artsy. Let's see, what is Frost? What's Frost doing? Frost is not doing something artsy. Frost is just Frost. Huh. Okay. Make pizza. Have fun, Napdoodle. Dude. English, no backseating. Filipino, furry depression. VTuber, okay, that's interesting. Actually, I thought that Frost was German. have no idea what made me think this. So, I don't know. Wait, no, I actually thought that frost was CH. That makes no sense, brain. So how about we stick to English and we'll move to frost. So, raid, yeah, raid, frost, CH. Okay, so thank you everyone for sticking with me and staying with me and terrorizing me and following me around while I do silly painting stuff for 7.5 hours and playing a little bit of Beat Saber. Oh, it's 8 hours by now. I do wish all of you a very pleasant evening, and I shall see you tomorrow when we bring this cutie into VR chat, hopefully. Unless something goes terribly wrong, like the last time I tried to bring something into Beat Saber. I'm still salty about that. Speaking of which, it is time to put my pizza in the oven. So, thank you for coming by, thank you for sticking through, thank you for entertaining me, thank you for letting me entertain you, and we shall see each other later. Maybe tomorrow. Bye-bye!